Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another day, another edition of the OSC Season 12 Championship, lower bracket round 5 and upper bracket round 4. I'm of course OSC VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to some more OSC Season 12 Championship. Again, this is an event that's been running for quite some time. We've been slowly catching up on it as well, and we are nearing the end. I believe our plan currently is to wrap it up next week, just before the end of February. So we have a couple of broadcasts left here. Of course, there's still a lot to catch up on, and we have been going over the previous lower bracket round 4. Players have been getting eliminated, and we are here to determine some more elimination matches. Oh boy, here we go as we switch our scenes over, catch up on the matches tonight as well. We have 2 matches in the lower bracket round 5, and we have 2 matches in upper bracket round 4 as well. We have these elimination matches: Solo versus Cristiano coming up first in a ZVP, followed by Cure versus Skillless in a TVP. Okay, the elimination matches, they do continue here. Again, it was previously in this tournament where it was even a couple of days ago, we did end up covering Cure taking down Spirit. Spirit was eliminated by Cure. Alas, Nightmare was eliminated by Skillless. We had Mana eliminated by Cristiano, and Shin got eliminated by Solar as well. So again, it was pure mirror matchups. That was again a couple of days ago, but now we're here. Now we are back with upper bracket round 5, and we are here to determine who will advance on into the next round. We're here to find out. Let's go. Let us go as we are jumping into our first match, into our first best of 5. As a reminder, these are all going to be best of 5s. I believe it is a best of 7 grand finals, and we will get there in the coming days, in the coming week. Until then, game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. And again, Cristiano, he has been looking so strong recently. I'll be honest, I was favoring Mana in their previous round, in their previous series, but Cristiano, who's able to barely bring him down, did end up eliminating Mana from the tournament here. And Cristiano has been getting some very good results in this matchup as well. I have taken notice. We have seen Cristiano take it to some of these big Zerg names. And we'll see if we can do it again. Similarly to Mana, for example, Cristiano has also been heavily relying here on more Immortal, Archon, Storm-based play. Not as heavily as Mana. Almost every game exclusively does open up Archon drop into Storm. Here, Cristiano typically opens up a little bit differently here, and we'll get an eye on Cristiano. It is how Cristiano was able to defeat a laser, if you recall. He was able to bring him down multiple times throughout the course of 2024. When it comes to the offline events happening in Poland, and we'll see how he compares to Solar. Again, it was also in recent times where Geralt was able to knock Solar down. I believe he actually knocked him down in not quite this was it this event? Not quite this event, but in the last week, I want to say that Geralt did take Solar down. Can he do it again, or can Cristiano do the same as what Geralt did accomplish? Let's go. Let us go. As for now, Hatchcast full standard opener out of Solar, and likewise Cristiano going to be settling in back and going for a standard opener as well. Just gate expanded Cybercore, like nothing crazy here out of Cristiano, nothing crazy out of Solar. As I mentioned before, Cristiano, he is typically one that does thrive in the mid game. We expect a standard Stargate opener into Robo, into Twilight Council, into Archons, into just building up a death pool of an Archon Immortal army before moving out across the map. We'll see if we can get there though, because again, this map that we're loading into, Whispers of Gold, is known for aggression, is known for favoring more all-in styles, more aggressive kind of opportunities here are going to be available to our players, and Solar is one to embrace all-ins more often than not. In recent times, like especially in this matchup specifically, he is one to just cut corners, to cut workers, to commit, to go all in, and try to break his opponent. That's been the MO for Solar in DVP for quite some time now. with mixed success. True. But now, there's that Stargate. Stargate on the way from Christiana. From here into Oracle or Void Ray. Again, there are options. Tayo does want to approach this. There it is. It is going to be the Oracle first. So Oracle moving out. So the goal here is to get some economic damage. The goal is to get some scouting as well. Get an eye on any early gases, early tech, early lair, any early shenanigans here from Solar. Outside of that, keeping an eye on it and kind of move out. Defending, taking a third base. Really, my eyes are going to be on Cristiano when it comes to the follow-up of after the third expansion. The timing of the Twilight Council, any earlier Robo. Let's see. Eyes are on Cristiano. Oracle does move out across the map. There's that third base. Solely comes in for a scout to make sure that there is an expansion. Likewise, Overlord is going to be deflected from the main. Speaking of deflected, so is the Oracle. The Oracle and Overlord going to be pinned back. And we are not making that second Oracle. Okay, so already here, Cristiano, he is mixing it up. First Oracle's being active, but we are preserving that gas. And what are we going to spend it on? Is my question here. There we go. We're waiting for our tech, Twilight Council, and a Forge. It's really risky to skip this Oracle, and based on the resources, it looks like, I don't know if that was intentional from Cristiano, but it tells me that a Link Flood a little bit sooner would have definitely posed a threat to this expansion. Cristiano, does get in position, denies the scout, does pull it in time. And we have Solo going for +1 melee. Now, this typically signifies that we're going to be skipping Roach speed. Oh, sorry, I should say. We're going to be skipping Roaches. Typically, this leads into laying Hydra production. We'll see if Solo does still throw down a safety Roach Horn just to be secure. The answer is no. He skips the Roach Horn entirely. He's going Lings into Banelings. Meanwhile, this is what we assumed here. Remember what we said earlier, how Cristiano is one to embrace Archon Immortal? That's what we're seeing here. Twilight Council into +1. No upgrade into a faster Temple Archives into Archons. And this is not exactly how Mana approaches this build. If you recall, I was mentioning that Mana typically goes for an Archon drop opener after the Stargate. So Stargate opener into Archon drop, then into Storm, then into Immortals. Here we're just avoiding Archon drops entirely as the Robo is much later. So yeah, this is just a much more passive style here from Cristiano, at least early on. It's similar, but different to how Mana approaches this. Lings to get a full surround here on the Robo. Banelings on the way as well. Solar just rallying across the map. Now he is running up behind this, but we'll see how much damage he can get. Robo does fall. That's going to be a kill. Massive pick-off. Banelings are denied. And Solar, he pulls away. But the damage has been done. Without that Robo, if we did want to go for like a delayed Archon drop, then there is no... I mean, there are Archons. There's no Prism. There's no War Prism here. There's no Immortals either. That all has been delayed. Guess what? The surround here on the Zealot. Archons are revealed. And now Solo knows. Solo, he's aware what's going on. Is where it is Nobbling Stalkers. And from here, he can be a little bit greedier. There we go. He's joining up his third base. Now getting workers here at his fourth as well. And I worry that much more for Cristiano. More Zealots, more Archons. And with all these gateways on the way, it looks like he's going for 3-base all-in. I'm assuming this just because there's no fourth, right? We could otherwise be seeing a fourth expansion. But Cristiano now is committing. And there it is. And there is that War Prism. This should be lined up here to just move out across the map to reinforce all these Zealots with all these Archons. And without Roaches, this is going to be a tough hold. Again, like that, I know that Cristiano, he's had a bit of a lackluster start to the game, losing the Robo, being pinned back home, losing a couple of units here and there, but his economy has been untouched, and the Archon count is getting higher. It's building up, it's getting higher. We're building up that death blow of an army, and Lingbane Hydra can struggle against Mass Archon. Now we're going to be hitting before Storm. This is a pre-Storm push. Knocked down. Cristiano going to be reinforcing. Solo's in position, and these Banelings, they need to connect. Oh. They do need to connect here. Ooh, and upon seeing this army, Cristiano, he's like, nope. He backs the hell up. He retreats, and he takes another expansion. So 4th base on the way. A little bit towards the right-hand side. And now we start Storm. So Storm has begun. But the problem here is that I don't know if Cristiano can actually hold on to that 4th. We'll see if he can even hold on to his 3rd. As Solar, he is building up his Link Bane, getting ready for his own push. Oh, spots stasis. Hands out, Bane's out the stasis traps, nicely done. Bane is rolling in towards the mineral line, the stasis goes, oh no! Oh my god. The boys, they are pulled away. Banelings, they crash into Archons more than anything. Yeah, Banelings are dealt with, but there's still so many more Hydras. We need those Zealots. We need Chargons to dive in. And looks like they are. Not bad. Oh my god, these are slow Hydras. Hydras are getting chased down. Cristiano, he holds his own. And he trades very well here. And now is the time to keep pushing, to counterattack. And this time, Storm is done. Storm is ready. Cristiano, he does have momentum on his side, but he needs those Storms to connect. As there are 13 Banelings on the way, they're going to finish up in time. Oh no! Oh my god. We get one good Storm, the other gets spent. So a rough second Storm there for Cristiano. Yeah, upon running out of Storms, he backs up. I think this is the wise choice. It's a hard call to make because you are so close to breaking Solar. 100%. Like, he was so close. He has to pull away. He has no Storms. He has to wait for that timing. 4th base under fire. Last, he has to engage. Oh, Bane is make. Oh no! High Templar! Oh my god, High Templar, they do hold on. But last, we are running out of Archons. And Solar, it looks like he will take the fight. Takes down every High Templar. Templar go down, Archons as well. Zealots, they will clean up these Zealots at late. We need these Zealots seconds ago. And now what's the backbone to this army? 1 Archon, 0 Storm. And Cristiano, he's all in. He's all in at this point. And imagine this push with like 2 more Archons, like 2 or 3 more Archons. That would be game. I mean, despite that, we're still breaking through. Like, hey, we're still popping up. Hydra's getting picked up. Bane's about to finish. To have another warp in. Banelings, they get some decent connections, but GG gets called, and Solar, he does not have enough. Cristiano takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Cristiano. He does take a lead in this series. And again, this is the power, this is the strength of this kind of style here, especially on a smaller map, is to be able to strike just as your opponent takes a bad fight, or as your opponent does throw away a bunch of supply. If you recall, Solar, he did lose a lot of his Link Bane in the lead up to that final attack, as he was attacking the 4th base of his opponent, a 4th base that never got up and running, never got saturated, but Cristiano, he was able to barely take the better fight. It was still close though, still very close. Again, he just had the 1 Archon, but the pure Zealot was enough. Banelings were not ready in time. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Cristiano does take game 1, and we'll see if he can continue this streak. As we load into a much larger map this time, we're loading into Gresvan. Let's go. Let us go. And again, Cristiano, he is 1 step closer here to achieving what Geralt also achieved not too long ago. Let's see if he can pull this off. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Gresvan, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Zerg player, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. Now, what you saw out of Cristiano last game, which was Stargate into Archon, into like a charge Archon timing, then into delayed Storm, is the kind of style that we expect to see from Cristiano moving forward in this series. As we were kind of alluding to, a lot of the Polish Protoss players, I'm referring to Mana, Cristiano, and Geralt, they have been enjoying this style. They've been having a lot of success with it as well, and especially on some of these smaller maps, it can be very effective. Here on a larger map like Gresvan, I'm less convinced. Because of that, I I would want to see Cristiano not go for the charge timing, go for maybe the same builds, but again, maybe go for a faster storm. I mean, this is why typically I do prefer Mana's way of doing this, because Mana does open up, or I should say he follows up the Oracle with an Archon drop to be active, to harass, to get some drone damage, to pick up some Overlords. I would like to see that kind of variation more so than just building up and going for a charge timing. I do think it's going to be less effective here, but we'll see. We'll see how Cristiano will adapt. And so now Solar, he is going to be building up. Again, Hatch Gas Bull. Hold on. Test 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hold on. Hello. Hopefully everything's okay. As we're now getting into game 2. Hopefully you can hear me. But I was notified that there was something wrong with our audio, so there we go. I was notified there was something wrong with our audio, so hopefully everything is better here coming into game number 2. Okay, here we go. So far, Stargate. Stargate opening into the Oracle. Let's move that across the map. Don't know what I did. All I did was unplug and replug the mic. Let's go. Let us go. As back at home, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener at a Cristiano. A Twilight Council follow-up before the expansion. Okay. So this is before the third base, before the Nexus. It's going to be much more aggressive, much more assertive. From here, we can go for earlier Glaives. We can go for earlier Blink. Regardless, it's going to be much more committed here for Cristiano. It is going to be much more committed. But I do apologize if my voice sounded more flat in the last game. But should be fixed. I just unplugged and replugged the mic. And there it is, Glaives. So again, it's going to be much more aggressive here from Cristiano. Now, Solar, he should notice that the third base is delayed, right? The third base, it was delayed. It was later than usual, later than normal. So something is wrong, something is amiss. Despite knowing that, though, can he get the scout up? Now it gets us around, takes down the Adept, not bad. Adept does full, Oracle races back home. Remember, there is no second Oracle. As Cristiano does move out. Does move out across the map. Oh. Gonna be zoned away by those queens. He doesn't quite find a way in. But again, this isn't really designed to find damage here. It's just keeping his opponent pinned back home. Thankfully, there is a safety roach wards to Solar. He is aware that something is wrong, something is missing. Here come the Adepts. Adepts, they're pushing. Now, is this a little bit too soon? How many Adepts do we have? 10. 10 so far. Remember, there is no Robo, there is no War Prism. So Cristiano, he is macroing behind this, working towards Blink and +1. This is not an all-in, but this does need to get damage. The wall is wide open, making his way towards the third. Up. Gets a couple of drone kills. 2 drones going down. Does get 2 workers and will shade towards that third base once again. Up. Can he get in? He's not quite. Doesn't quite make his way in. Likewise, Queens, they deflect, and Cristiano, he's forced back. He does not get enough damage. He gets 2 drone kills that he's mining here at the third base, but that is all he does get. He was hoping for more. From here, Solar he does hold. Cristiano falling behind. Cristiano, he's going to be vulnerable here until he gets +1 on Blade. Until he gets his upgrades. Dives back in. He gets 1 queen. Not bad. Gets 1. Attempts to get another. Won't be able to do so. Perhaps that forced to retreat. Attempted to get into the shade, but doesn't go for it. And Solar, he does hold on, does maintain his economy. We have the infestation bit on the way, and Cristiano, he's working towards Archons once again. This time, he is in a worse position than the previous game, as he has no pushing power, and again, Solar, he's free to just drone, to be greedy, to cut corners, get a 4th base. Again, thankfully, Solar did not skip his Roach Warren. As the Oracle goes down. But if the Roach Warren was skipped, I mean, that could have been game. That could have been game then and there. This time, Solar being much more Roach heavy. Much more Roach heavy here. Hydrogen is turned down. The Hydra's on the way. And from here, Solar, he can even take up into Lurkers. I mean, that's just how much freedom he has right now. Hive is on the way. Hydrogen into Lurker, Den into Lurker Tech. Solar, he's on the way. We'll lose 5 drones, not bad. Shannon does get 5 worker kills. From here, he's building up towards Storm, and potentially can hit a timing before the Lurkers are ready, but once the Lurkers arrive, Cristiano, he can't really do much. That's the problem here. He is on the timer. Letting Zay trying to run by. Catching out the Adepts. Looking for the other 2. Jeez, that's a lot of roaches. And here we go. Cristiano, he has to commit. Here and now. He has Storm. He has 5 High Templar. Soon to be 5 Storms. And if this was only Ling Hydra, I could favor Cristiano here. But because of all these roaches, it makes things more difficult. It's a much more robust army. Less vulnerable to Storm. Cristiano moving in. Yo, we got the slow lots. Let's go. Contamination here on charge. Love to see it. Roaches, they do hit the 4th base. They force the defensive warp in. And Cristiano, he turns back around. Lurker Den is on. Lurker upgrades on the way. Cristiano is consolidating his army. That means that the 4th base is going to be more exposed. Lurker production has begun. Uh-oh. And there's 0 detection. No observer. Oh god, the Lurkers are here. And again, there's no observer. There's no Oracle. 4th base under fire. Cristiano's being pulled apart. He will defend, but he still has no answer. Not to the Lurkers. And now he's going to Sky Toss. Oh. It's a rough transition here for Cristiano. There's now a massive window in this game where he's vulnerable to these Lurkers. As Sky Toss is just so far away. Things hit the mineral line for a second time. 7 probe kills. Cristiano, he rotates. Does rotate over. Going for the expansion. Nice Storms. The base is going to fall. And he has to back up. Again, he cannot fight this head on. So far, good pick up here from Cristiano. He has to poke in, poke out. Snipe expansions. As once again, oh, he blinks in, but he's going for the base. Can he get it? He barely can. At a cost, a lot of Stalkers go down in the process. 11 so far. There's a massive Roach counterattack. We force a recall. And nice into the main. And Cristiano's being pulled apart here. He will clean up these roaches, but what about the main base? He doesn't notice. Does notice in time. No defensive warp ins. Cristiano, he's distracted. More links here towards the third base, and here comes Atnitis. Here come the lurkers. And Solo is going for the kill. He's going for the checkmate move. He denies and depowers every single Stargate. And Solo, upon taking control of the main base, he has to control the game. He just has control of the game here. Storm's coming in. I mean, they do help. Oh god, but nothing's gonna touch this. GG gets called, and Solar, he will tie up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Will tie the series up again. Cristiano, unfortunately, his opener was just lackluster. Remember, he went for Glaive Adepts. He went for Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts, they killed 2 drones and a queen. Just not enough damage. Did set him behind and did set him down a path of, I mean, it's the one that we saw, of course, where he just wasn't able to achieve too much when it came to his pushes, when it came to his storm timing. Was able to snipe some bases, but not much more than that. Not much more than that. And with that, we're tied up. We're tied up 1-1. We are going into game number 3. And we'll see who can take a lead in this series as we are loading into ley lines. As here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our Polish Protoss player, our red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, fighting back and making a series out of this. It is Solar. Now, it is on these smaller maps that I do favor Cristiano. When it came to Whispers of Gold, when it comes to ley lines, Ultra Love as well, I want to believe that Cristiano, he's not really looking to head towards a longer, later game. He wants to hit these earlier timing attacks instead. Game 1, it was the initial charge timing followed by the storm timing. Game 2 did feel like Adepts into Storm once again. Here I'm feeling something similar, and that can be more successful on these smaller maps. It's the larger ones where Solar has more time to breathe, more time to tech up, and more time to get into lurkers. As Cristiano, he had no answers to them. But clearly Cristiano, he has shown us that he's willing to mix up and shake up his openers. True. He did do that last game. Does he have any more builds up his sleeve? Something like Glaives could be more effective on ley lines, but I don't want to see Glaives 2 games in a row. I don't think that's the wisest of moves. Especially after it did fail. As Cristiano, he does pull back. Keeping an eye on the opener of Solar, so far standing play. And based on the pylon placement, we should be seeing a Stargate. As the pylon is thrown down closer towards the edge of the map. Or at the edge of the main. So it should be once again a Stargate opener. The question becomes, from that Stargate, do we go into Glaives? Do we go into Blink? Do we go into Charge? Do we take it to Archons again? I think that answer is a given. I think the answer is yes. We're going to head in a similar direction. But how do we get there? As there is that Stargate. Cristiano does poke in. And just keeping tabs on Solar, just making sure there is no early gas. Making sure that Solar is actually joining. It's actually saturating. There's that first Oracle. Our eyes on Cristiano. Where do we go from here? Third base. Okay, so far so good. Oracle opener into a third. From here, we could go into +1 and Blink, which we have yet to really embrace this game or this series. for the first time this series. So that's a second Oracle. Okay. He's playing he's crazy. He's playing standard. Second Oracle's on the way. First one moves out. And this does seem to be something more standard, like a Forge and the Twilight Council. Sweet Cristiano, he is shaking it up even more. Uncles, they do move back. Next is getting halfway done. Solar back at home, happily droning. We should be seeing a safety Roach Horn soon, especially since there is no Evo Chamber. Oh! Oracles they have in, they get punished! Yeah, the punish is real. Cristiano, he pulls away. There's that Forge and Twilight Council, looks like +1 and Blink. And there it is, there's that Roach Horn thrown down. Just under the 5-minute mark. Let's get his Roach Horn. Lair as well. This is where Stalkers can be more effective. Okay, yeah, the Forge. I wasn't too certain. There's that Forge, the Depths they do shade in, and just like the previous games, as the Depths are being shut down, they do get a couple of drone kills, not bad. Forge drones do full. Up. Oracle's back into that third, getting another drone. To get 2 more workers in the main base, 7 in total. Can we get 8? Oh, barely not. Nicely done, 7 drone kills. We are not going for a Blink. It's +1 into Archon. So +1 into the Temple Archives, into the Robo. This is a very similar build than what we saw on Game 1 in Whispers of Gold, if you recall. So very similar to Game 1. And as I mentioned before, like, this is a more unique Cristiano style. Again, I'm not too in love with it, especially on some of these larger maps, just because you have no early game aggression. You have the Oracles, yes, but nothing more than that, as opposed to your typical way of getting into this with the Archon drop. Ooh, double Robo. Okay. Different variation with double Robo going Mass Immortal. I mean, to be fair, Cristiano, he did scout the Roach Horn this time. So as opposed to Whispers of Gold, where it was going to be Lingbane Hydra, here he's aware of the Roaches and is getting ready for them. And he's going to be going for Mass Immortal. And he should be moving out with like 6 or so Immortals. Until such a time. To have the drop lords into the main. And Solar, he is looking to go for an all-in. I don't think he plans to do it up the 4th base. So we have a Ling drop towards the main, and we're massing up Roaches as we speak. Very low speed is late though. Lings, they unload. Cristiano is distracted. Cross into the middle line. Probe's going to be going down. So far, 4 probe kills, not bad. Does get 4 workers. There's another warp in. And again, Solo, this 4th base is just for show. It's just for larva, not for saturating. And we need to build up back at home. Cristiano, I don't think he notices. Don't think he does notice. Trying to keep up with the Lings, going for his own stellar counterattack. Back at home, how many Immortals do we have? So far, 1. Just the 1. Just 1 Immortal. Now he knows. This is a tell. He gets in, gets 2 drone kills. There's nothing here. There's nothing back at home. Takes down the Ravager. Zealots, they do hit the natural. And here comes the all-in. Here comes Solar. Solar, he's completely all-in. Creep is spreading. No shield battery. No shield batteries. No side defense. Cristiano, he is not ready for this. Takes out an Oracle. I mean, Storm does help, but against Roach Ravager, it's not as ideal. Good Storm. There's what, 2 Storms left, soon to be 3. Second Storm. Cybercore is going to fall. The Immortal's exposed. The Immortal goes down instantly. Another nice Storm. It looks like there's 1, soon to be 2 more Storms remaining. Robo goes down. And Cristiano, he's just being torn apart here. Again, he was just woefully underprepared for the all-in. He had no idea. He scattered too late. And he responded too late as well. Another storm goes up. While they do connect, Solar getting into the main. Cristiano, he will surround this though, but at the same time we have more army head towards the third base. And he's just being torn apart left and right. Gonna defend both locations at once. The Archon goes down. And Solar, he has done it. He can take a storm. It's fine. It's fine. He likes it, man. He likes it. Rushes past, gets over the High Templar. And Cristiano is being broken. GG. Solar, he does take a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG, well played. In the lead up to the series, we spoke about how Solar has been very fond of all-ins in this matchup. And yep, that's what we're getting. That's what we're seeing here. As Solar, he does cut workers. He does go for basically a 3-base all-in Roach Ravager Queen with some links to distracting the main base. And unfortunately, Cristiano, by the time he realized what was going on, it was too late. It was too late. The army had already arrived. And Cristiano, he had 0 shield batteries. He had no defensive setup. Was not ready. Was not ready for Solar. And now we're getting into our next game. We're loading into game number 4. And we'll see if Cristiano can force the ace match or if it all ends here and now. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Go. We are going to be settling in. And this also shows one of the other weaknesses, and that I should have emphasized as well, of Cristiano's style. If you're not following up the initial Oracle with the Archon drop, then you have that much less information to work with, right? You have less units being active on the map. You're active a lot later because of that. And it becomes more difficult to scout and to confirm what exactly your opponent's up to, because you have just less on the field. You're that much more reliant on the oracles and your adepts to get some information. Here, hatch gas full. Standard open out of Solar. If you're curious about the build that I'm referring to, it's Stargate opener into a third base, into a Robo first, Robo before the Twilight Council. It is lined up in such a way where your War Prism would finish up in time with the... Sorry, the War Prism gets across the map in time with the Temple Archives. To morph in the Archons, to drop. And then from there you can go towards like Storm and Charge and into the same kind of end goal that Cristiano had. I guess last game was a little bit different because he was going Mass Immortal, if you recall. He was going for a double Robo Mass Immortal, but didn't quite get there in time. But now, Overlord does dip in. Overlord did it's natural, just confirming standard build. Pylon once again set up for a Stargate. And on a larger map like Amygdala, I mean, this is a much larger map, much more known for macro play, longer games. I do favor Cristiano trying to get into his own build at least, but something that we have seen almost every game from Solar on Amygdala is an all-in, specifically a German taxi. And the reason for this is the rush distance by ground is quite long, as you have to go the long way around the edges of the map, but it's short rush distance by air. These rocks, they do complicate things, but again, if you go for a drop lord all in, you can just go right down the center, right down mid, and avoid all this terrain, and just get into the face of your opponent. And we've seen that a lot from Solar in this matchup, specifically on Amygdala. And we'll see if we see that again. As the Adept does threaten the shade. Making his way behind the mineral line. Oh, shading in. Gets one. Gets one. Drone is going to get a second. It's okay. Getting a third towards the end. Nicely done. 3 drones to 2 adepts. Oracle moves out. And my eyes are on Cristiano. Ooh, as he does go for the Robo before the expansion even. Okay. Early Robo. Into a Twilight Council. Now, let's get into it. Ooh, the Oracle takes a lot of hits. Gets 4 drones. Does get away. Now, with the faster Robo, this does look like a Prism into Archons. We were actually just talking about this build. But this is looking like a 2-base all-in. Never mind. As the opener that I was referring to still gets a 3rd base. Not this one. Okay, let's go. And solo, he knows. At least he sees the Robo. Like he saw the early Robo. He confirms there is no 3rd base with these Lings. He's aware that something is wrong. And there's the Temple Archives for the Archon. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we've seen this build before from Cristiano. It looks like a 2-base all-in. It's very committed on 2 bases. That is true, but he's still expanding. He's still going to take a 3rd base. So it's a bit of an inefficient opener. But, again, ideally does force an overreaction. There's that 3rd. And here come the Archons. This is Cristiano's version of Archon Drop. And again, this is designed to give Cristiano some map control, give him the scouting information. As the Archons are on the way. The problem is, because the 3rd base is so late, he's that much more committed here. Like, he needs to get more damage done. As he will get an Overlord. Takes down an Overlord. Does run into the Queens. In doing so, will barely not get a Queen kill. Prism takes a lot of hits. Oh my god. Takes a lot of damage. Nice control so far. The Queen, 1 Queen does fall. Just the 1. Oh, the weakened Archon is up in danger. Cristiano does pull away in time. Thankfully. Does pull away. Ooh, Infestation Bit on the way here for Solar. He is not going for an all-in. He is building up towards a longer game state. Towards a hive. As there is no Spore here at the natural. Getting a couple of drones. The Orchar's going down, not bad. Bad here from Cristiano. Building up his Immortals, getting to +1, into charge. Cristiano's still setting up, and he's just keeping his opponent busy. Ooh, and I assumed that it was going to be for a Hive, but no, it's going to be for Swarm Host. Oh my god. I mean, the thought did cross my mind, but I didn't think that Solo was really much of a Swarm Host player. Never mind. And Swarm Host can do quite well here, similarly to why something like a German Taxi can do well. The rush distance by air is quite short, and we could see setups here in the center of the map, over on the left-hand side, the right-hand side as well. There are some nice locations for these Swarm Hosts, and they are revealed just barely into the Prism.
Our fate.
Now, where Swarm Host can really excel is if a player does not open Blink, and as we know, and as Solo knows as well, it's a charge-based follow-up. Charge on Archon. This is where Swarm Host can excel. The reason for this is because it's difficult to really punish. It's difficult to punish. Channel who does catch one of the Ravagers. He's up to 4 Immortals. Let's see if he can break through. Locals are going to be spent defensively. So he's coming in. Nice force fields. Despite that, the Locust Wave, they go for the Archon, and one Archon does not go down. But despite that, they still get so much damage done here on the main army. Struggling, but they did the job. They did buffer it quite well. And now the Road Ravager is going to be too much. Solo started stepping forward. We need some kind of buffer. Immortal does not go down. But still exposed. Oh, oh my god. Clutch micro there from Cristiano. No! Clutch micro, one immortal still falls. Diving on top of the roaches. Solid juggling. Another warping coming in, but here comes that second Locust Wave. The Locust Wave do continue. And Cristiano, he cannot fight this head on. Not against all those Swarm hosts. All the way up. Clutch micro. Does pull back. Saves a couple of key units. It does save them. Trades well against the roaches. Again, whenever there isn't a Locust Wave, Cristiano, he can fight well. So let's respect them. As we do need a couple more seconds here for Solar. Does run and fight. There it is. Locust Wave on the way once again. Cristiano, he has to pull back. Real fast and real quick. Oh no, the Immortal! Oh my god. Yeah, the Immortal does choke this up. Archon goes down. Wings are trying to collapse in the army. I mean, Cristiano, he is trading well here. Fights back. Solar, he has to retreat. Building up his forces. We're still waiting for Storm. Storm is still halfway done. Still very tense. In a head-on fight without the Swarm host, I do favor Cristiano. But only in that kind of scenario. Only without the Locust Wave. As Cristiano does move out. Ooh, Locust Wave going to be spent on the natural. That means it's not home to defend. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Stormers are not at home. Immortals, they do push in. Storm is ready. Massive Storm on the roaches. Base is going to fall. At the same time, Zells catch reinforcements. Natural base is going to go down. And Cristiano's all in. He's all in here. His goal to end the game. Takes down the Night Swarm. Another big Storm. Is moving forward. Where's that War Prism? Still on the other side. And there are no reinforcements. Oh my god. Another brutal Storm. Oh, Cristiano, though, is about to be surrounded. Yes, be careful. Pulling back. Does have a Storm. Here comes the surround. Storm does summon up some of those Locusts. A lot of... Oh my god, all the Locusts even. There they are going down, but the High Templar are exposed. No! The High Templar, they go down one after the other. Massive pickups. Ay, ay, ay. Cristiano is running out of steam. If it wasn't for that loss, he could keep going. And with that, he lost his natural. Still saturated on 3 bases. Cristiano, sorry, Solar, he did lose a 4th. Both players are hurting. Cristiano, he rotates towards the top side. So does Solar. Cristiano is keeping up. At the same time, here it comes out the Swarm host. They get caught out. A premature Locust Wave. But now's the timing. Like, now we have to go. Cristiano, he knows that the Swarmers are not available to defend. Ooh, Gateway's being depowered. Okay, well, that's going to be a kill in the expansion. It's a kill. Cristiano moving in. Does move in. There's plenty of storms. Knocks down the Roach Warren, not bad. Cristiano, he can win the game with this push. But the Stormers, they're ready. The Stormers are ready. Locust Wave popping off. This will buy time. Cristiano, he needs to respect it. Solo this time, he's ready for the Zealots. Gateway's repowered. Oh my god. Gateway's repowered. Cristiano, he does spot the counterattack. And we might just go for a base trade. At this moment, the base trade might be the option. But the Locust Wave is almost ready once again. It's been taking so long. Archon goes down. Brutal Storm. These Hydras, they should melt. Shannon making his way in, but here come those Storm Hosts. Here comes the Locust Wave. They're collapsing the army. They do catch one Archon, one Immortal, a second Archon as well. Brutal pickups. 0 Archons left. Shannon, he needs to reinforce his army. Zelts are on the way. Zelts are on the way. Base is going to go down. Oh, he recalls. Yeah, he's forced to recall. Robos get depowered. This is just buying time. Is there a prism? There's not. No war prism. And his one chance would have been to commit to the base trade here. Now he's forced back home. We have armies on the left, armies on the right. Cristiano is out of position. And so he's winning this base trade. I mean, we're not even trading. He's just killing the bases. Just killing the expansions. Cristiano is too late to move out. And he's losing too much here. And I can sense the frustrations because, again, Cristiano, he wins a fight head-on. Like, if these armies clash, then Cristiano, he wins, 100%. But, I mean, that's why Solo's counterattacking. That's why he's not engaging. That's why he's buying time. Solo's like, I can't fight you. I don't need to. He doesn't need to fight this army. True. He does not need to fight. Local save getting ready. Getting ready for another surround. It's collapsing on the High Templar. It is going to be diving in. Solar, can he focus? And he gets one, he gets two, he gets three. Oh my god. Takes down 3 High Templar. Nice storms. Army barely survives. But again, the final base is under fire. And Cristiano is on the timer. He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough to keep pushing. And Sola, he's doing it. He is doing it here. Cristiano, he's racing back home. He knows this is his final mining base. Turns all the way back around. And this is the issue with this large map with Amygdala. It takes so long to counterattack and come back home and push and then race back. If this was a smaller map, then I would favor Cristiano. That's not where we are. That's another base is going to go down. At this one, it might just be too late. Cristiano, he's now got 0 Archons left. His army's just so vulnerable. The Wiles, oh my god. Wiles take down another High Templar and another. And GG Solar, he gets a surround. He cleans up the army, and Solar will take the series 3-1. GG. GG, well played. Solar, he will claim the series. Not an easy one. Not an easy series here for Solar. Did win at 3-1, but there were definitely opportunities in this game, even in the last one, in multiple games where Cristiano, he did have certain advantages. Again, you could just sense those frustrations where Cristiano, he just wanted to fight, he just wanted to commit, and he couldn't. He just could not. Solar, he was just avoiding that the entire time. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Solar, he will take the series 3-1. And advance on to the next round. Oh. Hold on. Solar, he will take the series 3-1. Something's wrong with the mic. Weird. Okay, well, from here, we're getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for our next match. We'll see if we can get there. And hopefully everything's okay. So we're getting ready for the next series. It's going to be a best of 5 here between Cure, and Skillus. Let's go. Also, I do apologize for any audio issues. Recently, we have been having some here on the channel, and not too certain as to what the cause of it is. Not too certain. But hopefully things clear up as we are getting into our next game. As loading into Cure versus Skillus. And yeah, I'm being told that basically every time I re-plug in my microphone, it works fine, but it does like die out every now and then. Maybe it's the cord, maybe it's the mic. Hard to say. Hard to say. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Here we go. We're getting into game number 1. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Gresvan, we have our red Protoss player. Red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Cord's already the first thing to play. Yeah, but it's... I guess I have to look into buying a new cord, I guess. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Ah, no. Hopefully everything's okay. I mean, I guess it's an older mic, I guess. I got the mic, what? Beginning of pandemic? 5 years? Still works fine, but I'd have to look for a new cord. Smooch. Regardless, here we go. Regardless, we're getting into our next series, into our next game. Oh, just setting things up. And we'll see how things do turn out here. Again, Skillus and Cure, I wouldn't say they're quite close in skill. Is that Team Liquid team kill, as was mentioned in the chat earlier? True. Is that team kill? Skillus has been improving so much over the past couple of months. As looking so impressive, but coming into this, it's a hard one to call, I'll be honest. It's going to be a hard one. But I feel like I have to recalibrate a little bit here. Again, congratulations to Solar for winning the last series. My condolences to Cristiano. Again, it was a close one. He had a lot of opportunities, but wasn't quite able to close it out in the end. That leads us into our next best of 5. As for now, we do have our initial economic open at a Cure. Just racks expand, single gas. Does make sense on a larger map like Gresvan. Gresvan, known for longer macro play, and we do see the Cure is taking full advantage of that. USB. But I don't have any spare cords. I don't really have a reason to buy cords, but I guess so. Have to look into it. Get a spare microphone cord. Behind this can be a Twilight Council. Say a couple of spares. I mean, this has lasted me like 5 years, so I can get away with one. Gamba time? No Gamba time. Replays, papi, replays. We have a tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink. Into how many gates so far? 2 gates. So far, we have a 2 gate setup here from Skillus. Adept does shade into the main base. Is going to threaten the mineral line, but is going to get 2 SCVs. Not bad. 2 SCVs so far. Gets barely not a third towards the end. And is going to be shut down. From here, Cure getting to his own Wood Mine drop. Again, nothing too fancy so far. Oh, my apologies. Oh, there we go. Does get into his mine drop. The goal here is to just scout, get information as to the build, as to the tech, as to the gateway count. We do have our 3-gate setup. Very safe play out of Skillus. And Cure will soon look to confirm. As Hellions do threaten to dive. They do threaten. Whereas Cure diving in. Now it is going to be a little bit more committed here. 4 Widow Mines. 4 Widow Mines into the main. And Skills, he will have some Stalkers in position. Oh, Blink is done. And the Mine Drop has arrived. Thankfully, does pull away in time. Oh! Oh my god. Gets 2 probes so far. Does avoid the Mine Shots, and will clean this up without too much issue. At the same time, Hellions dive into the mineral line. Of the Stalkers, they react in time, so despite that, 5 probe kills. 6 probes even. 6 probes for 2 Hellions and 2 Widow Mines. Not a bad trade. Not a bad trade out of a Cure, bearing in mind that he can always dive back in, can find more damage, and Skills is forced to keep supply back at home to defend. Forced to stay home. Skills moving out, getting his 3rd base. Going to contain his opponents as he tries to. I mean, there's still going to be harassment across the map, and there's not much here at the natural. So Curie's getting damage done. Looking in. Does get an SCV. Ooh. Gets an SCV kill, takes a lot of shots to the face. Not quite worth it if it's skillless. Secure, he will get another probe kill here in the mineral line. Does catch a probe. Behind this, Skillless is going to be heavily reliant on a charge follow-up. This is typically how Skills will approach this. He usually does delay his splash damage, whether it's Colossus or Storm. He will delay in favor of extra gateways, +1, and charge. This has been very trendy as of late. Has been kind of the go-to for a lot of players. Players like herO, MaxPax, Skillless, of course, as well. Have been known to embrace the gateway composition a lot longer, and now we head in towards Colossus. The Bay has been thrown down. Until then, though, Cure, a little bit of move out. He gets spotted. He is spotted by the Stalkers. Observer is somewhat in position. Ooh. Tank shot goes up. He does break out. Upgrades will finish up by the time the army gets across the map, referring to +1 and stim. Once again, Skills trying to slow it down. Chips away at the tank. Getting ready here for a Zealot counterattack. And Cure, he doesn't commit, not yet. Skills, he's waiting for the moment. And here comes the army. Skillless diving into the main. Forces out a stim, not bad. Does force a partial stim. Zealots are getting SCV kills here in the main. But can Cure be stopped? Colossus still halfway down. Can he get onto the tanks? He can! Yeah, the first tank is going to go down. Not a bad pickup. Down to 2 tanks. 2 tanks left. Force fielding the army, forcing friendly fire. Oh, that's a lot of Zealots going down. But again, we're just buying time for the Colossus. Prism the main was dealt with. Zealot goes down. Colossus has arrived. And Skillless, he should be able to hold on here. Scan reveals the Colossus. And Cure, he backs off. Cure backs off. He doesn't risk it. Wise choice. Sees the Colossus, gets the hell out of there, pulls away. And we have a game. We do have a game here. As Cure, he can now establish his third. His 3rd base is done, but still not on location. So a bit of a later 3rd base here for Cure. As he is now expanding. As he expands, here comes Skillless. Skillless, he is tempted to collapse on the army, but doesn't have enough. The Prism survived? Wait, what? Somehow did make it out? Okay. Fair enough. Observer got skinned. And both players are expanding. Skillus into his 4th base, Cure into his 3rd. So from here we can calm things down, we can both macro, both build up. Skillus is now up to 3 Colossus, now working towards Disruptors, 2nd Robo on the way. That mass Disruptor production. Skillus, I don't really see him breaking this position. He does see everything with the Observer. He's just parked outside. Waiting for any kind of move out. Still saturating his expansion. Going to be reinforcing. Waiting for those disruptors. First one has arrived. And he's going to commit. Okay, let's go. Coming in from multiple angles. Can he pull off the surround? Zalse peel off into the mineral line. Really just a distraction. Okay, okay. I dig this. A little bit better here. As he gets 10 SCV kills. Diving on the ghost. Oh! First ghost goes down, he gets 1, he gets, oh, almost 2. Yeah, 2 ghost kills, tank as well, getting a 3rd ghost barely nods towards the end. Skillus losing too much though. Please add a Colossus. Never does connect, but the splits were good enough. Yeah, and Skillus is going to lose everything here. Again, pushing into that, committing into that 3rd base was a mistake. Losing everything. At first, I thought it was just distracting to go for a Zealot Rumbai into the mineral line, but he committed. Like, he just kept going. And with that, yeah, Skillus, he will plummet in supply. Here, committing to the counterattack, and there's just not much here. There's not much to defend. There is nothing left. EMP pops up. Gateway Army can't do much. Zealot reinforcements, they will help, but again, without these Novas connecting, Cure, he should overwhelm. Yeah, he should and he will. And the connections are just not going to be good enough here. And there's no Colossus support behind this. Skillus is trying to warp in, trying to hold on. But the army, we can just stim. We can just stim. We can win from here. Oh, what do my shots say? Don't get baited. And again, we're down to just 2 more disruptors. Better connection towards the end, but only towards the end. Skillus, he does plummet. Oh, another Nova goes off. And that's all we had left. we're still reinforcing, still trying to buy time. As Curie just keeps rallying across the map. Again, it barely should be enough to snipe all these zealots. Wouldn't mind as they move forward into the mineral line. Oh, and that is a brutal connection. 6 more probe kills. And with that skills, he's coping a little bit here. just a little bit. And so just leading off wave after wave of reinforcements. Again, you can see how close he was to defending as well, as there isn't that much that Cure has left to work with, but GG gets called, and Cure, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Cure does take the first game. Again, it was a little bit... I was a little bit shocked to see that Skillus did commit, considering that he did see the army, he saw the Woodermine setup, he saw the tank setup as well. I mean, clearly it did seem initially like Skillus didn't really intend to commit to a surround because he went for the mineral line instead. If that's the case, though, if he did intend on committing into that push, then maybe it would have been a little bit better there if he had committed to surrounding the army instead of going for a run by and going for the mineral line. And with that, did overextend, did lose everything in the process, and GG. GG, well played. Cure does take a lead. And again, it wasn't like Skillus was all in. Remember, Skillus, he was taking a 4th base behind that, and his 2nd robo was finishing up as well. Like, he was just getting into disruptor production before he had committed to that fight. So, again, there was nothing really pressuring him to commit, but went for it, didn't work out well. And with that, that leads us into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have our red Protoss player for Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, also representing Team Liquid, South Korean Terran. It is Cure. Here we go. We are settling in. Why did the Stalkers turn orange? What does that mean? As I'm pretty sure someone did reply to your comment in the chat. But yes, there is an ability on the Raven. The Raven does have a missile that goes off. The missile doesn't do any damage itself, but it does apply a debuff. It does apply a debuff. It does reduce the defense of units that it does cover. Does make them more vulnerable, and the orange coloring indicates that, of course, the unit is vulnerable then. It is the anti-armor missile. Anti-armor missile. Which does shred away that armor for a period of time. That wasn't always the case. You know, back in the day, we had the Hunter Seeker missile. Like, the Raven has changed quite a lot from expansion to expansion. Has changed quite a bit over time. But if you recall, did have the point defense drone for a time. Hunter Seeker missile. Now, anti-armor missile as well. In the past, it wasn't like the interference matrix. It's gone through some iterations. It's definitely a unit that has been played around with quite a bit. Have we reached its final form? Maybe. We'll see. I'm sure more changes will arise over time. So now, once again, economic opener out of Cure, going for the rack expand, which is what we expect on larger map. Also, I should mention, welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove is one of the larger maps in the map pool, very large map. Likewise, one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool as well. It's a bit of a rarer sight. Happy to see. Ooh, as we are going for a Stargate opener. This is spotted by Cure. Now, again, typically Stargate play is considered to be a little bit unsafe and very risky, but it is less so on a larger map. Even though Twilight Council play is very much so meta and is the norm, Stargate play, I mean, you know, MaxPax has his thoughts on it. He's not too fond of it himself. Feels like it can be a bit of a bait at times. But again, on a map like King's Cove, I think you can get away with it. Unfortunately, Cure does confirm.
Command center upgrade complete.
Cure, he does confirm the Stargate. And he can attempt to punish. Now, the thing with Stargate play is that early on you are vulnerable as a Protoss player just because your units are very limited. You have a couple of Phoenixes, you can lift a unit at a time. Against all-ins, it is very difficult to defend against early Cyclone pushes, early Cyclone aggression, early timing attacks from the Terran player, 2-1-1s for example. They can be devastating. But that's why on larger maps you can be a little bit safer because it takes longer for your opponent to be aggressive. It takes longer for them to move out, and you have more chances to scout the move out or even to shut it down ahead of time. Hallucination does dip into the main, gets eyes on the 3-1-1 setup. Viking first. Tech labs are on the way. And again, at least Cure is aware of what's happening. So behind this, just building up his anti-air, making sure he's safe against those Phoenixes. He has Marines here in the main, sorry, in the natural. And he's got a Viking Marine in the main. So he is split up, he's ready. From here, skills should be working towards charge. We have the Forge, +1. Twilight Council on the way. We're just building up towards that charge. Again, typically you do not go Blink after a Stargate opener just because they both play the same role. Phoenixes are designed to shut down drop play and to contain the opponent. Same with Blink Stalkers. So you go one or the other, not both. Not early on, at least. Yes, the Dorito dust. Yes, yes. You get dusted. Ah. Stop making me hungry. The Hunter Seeker missile was OP, mate. It was crazy, mate. It was crazy. That was a dark time. That was back in Heart of the Swarm, if you recall. That was back when it was all about NG-based units, right? That was back when the Swarm Host was a very different kind of unit. Same with Mech as well, because Mech would rely a lot on Ravens. Jesus. Let's not talk about the the point defense room. I mean, I understand, like, definitely led to some explosive moments, the previous spells on the Raven, but probably not the most balanced, that's what I would say. It's probably a positive thing that we got rid of it. I guess the best moments for the Hunter Seeker missile was the counterplay, right? You could target, of course, the units, but the unit that gets targeted, it's a projectile, and you can't actually move the unit away. You can move the unit into the Terran army and force friendly fire. That would happen. I remember you'd have a Terran player target their own medevac. The medevac would boost in, and then, of course, the missile will follow the medevac. Yeah, you could have some micro tricks with it. True. But there we go. Cure does push. Skilless here on 3 bases is looking quite defendable. He's got his shield battery. He has his force fields. He should be fine. Again, the 3-base setup here on King's Cove is very defendable and very difficult to break because of the ramp, because of the high ground, the altitude, shield battery, force fields on the ramp as well. Cure shouldn't be able to push in, but the goal here should just be to contain and to get his own 3rd base. Oh, would make accepted. First Feast does not go down. Barely not. Reinforcements have arrived. Cure, he wants to commit in. Okay. And all of this is going to come down to the force fields. Dustin forward. Oh! Locks down 2 Marauders. Just the 2. And with that, the Bio Army is still trading well. More force fields are available. And we do lock down the army. We get some decent trades. Curie picks up, pulls out. But running as Zelts here. Running as Zelts here. Skills, he's in trouble. Skills not expecting Cure to commit as hard. And Skills, he might just be broken. Just here and now. This might just be too much. Zelts coming from behind. Oh my god. A lot of mine shots do connect. Widow mines are cleaned up, but yeah, there's too much bio. There's too much bio. He sims in, takes down all the Zealots. Does focus on the Immortal. And Skills, now he's pulling the boys, but it's too late. It's too little too late. Curie just rallies across the map. GG gets called. And Curie, he will break Skillless and take a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. I just assumed that Cure was going to be containing, so my apologies. I assumed it was just going to be containing and expanding, but his 3rd base was very late. Very late 3rd base. And more importantly, a reason why Cure did commit there, we kind of alluded to at the start of the game, when it comes to a Stargate opener, is how vulnerable you are to early game aggression. I'm sure that Cure would not have moved out in such a way with that kind of 3-1-1 timing if there was a Twilight Council instead. Again, you can see that Phoenix's they didn't really help in that fight, right? They lifted 1 Widowmine at the start of the fight, but that's all they really accomplished. It just shows how difficult it can be to defend with that kind of opener, and why it's considered unsafe, why it's considered difficult to get away with. GG. GG, well played. I should also emphasize that a big reason for that, again, is the early scout, right? Remember, we saw that Cure was able to confirm the opener early on, able to prepare, and then able to execute. GG. GG, well done. Well played here by Cure. Cure takes a 2-0 lead, and we'll see if he can close this out. On a smaller map, I don't see Stargate play. Isn't it? No shot. As we load into ley lines, as we load into a smaller map here, and spawning in at the bottom left-hand corner, we have our red Protoss player. We have our Team Liquid Protoss. Representing Team Liquid, of course. It is Skillless. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, also representing Team Liquid, up 2-0. It is Cure. Here we go. Despite the size of King's Cove, despite the defender's advantage, despite all of that, still, alas, Cure, he was able to find his way through, able to break his way through. The force fields weren't too bad for Skillless, but again, he just did not have the firepower he needed to survive, to hold. And alas, he was broken. Coming into our next game, oh, hello. I don't expect another Stargate opener out of Skills. I expect Twilight Council play instead. Meanwhile, here comes the initial SCV. And the goal here should be to block the expansion. We're going for an eBay block. Now, ideally, this will force the unnatural natural. Ideally, it will force the third base to be taken as the natural instead. Disrupt the opener, and make Skills that much more vulnerable. Although this will depend on the progression of the eBay. And so far, Skills does scout this early enough. He pulls the boys. He will pull the boys. He will focus us down. And Skills will be able to expand. Okay. Now, if Skills had scouted this late, if this was almost done, then he would be forced to expand elsewhere. Like there's no shot he can focus down the eBay if it has too much progression and too much HP. Thankfully, he did scout it early enough. And there's the cancel. Back at home, we do have our 1-1. The reason why it's a single gas but no CC is because, of course, Cure had to afford the eBay, so it does force out an earlier factory before Command Center. So it is going to be less economic this time for Cure. This is why Stargate is not as common this exact push. Not exactly. There are a lot of different ways to punish Stargate openers, as I was trying to allude to. There are early tank and cyclone timings you can go for. There are straight up 2-1-1s you can go for instead of the 3-1-1 that we saw. So there are multiple different builds that can punish. But again, as we were trying to emphasize, that is one of the reasons why Stargate play can be risky to embrace. As again, like the Phoenixes, they were a non-factor in that defense. And that's like a big investment, right? It's like investment to Stargate into, what, 4 Phoenixes? Units that aren't really helping you. Yeah, that's what we did try to emphasize. From here, back at home, Twilight Council open out of Skills, which again is what we expect. If we saw Stargate again, I mean, we could, but it'd be on, like, you know, Neo-Violet Square, for example, Abyssal Reef. On those larger maps. Gateways are being thrown down. Protoss would often try to use Phoenixes to splash damage Widow Mines onto the Terran army. Hero is really good at that. You may have seen that from, I think it was even recently, I want to say maybe last week, Hero played a PvT where he would actually force friendly fire with his Phoenixes, which is really cool. Like, it's really unique and very necessary way. Like, you may be thinking like, oh, but don't you lose the Phoenix? Well, it's like, they're not going to do anything anyway. Like, you got to do something. So, it's a more creative way to try to deal with that push. As Hellions are forced back. So far, Skillless is holding on. Oh! So far, it does wall off. Does wall off in time. And you can see how paranoid Skillless is about a drop, about a rotation into the main. So far, he is defending well. Defending well. Wouldn't mind drop towards that natural. We'll see if Skills can be distracted. But now being dragged out into the open. Wouldn't mind drop comes in. Does hit the mineral line. So far, Skills he does pull away in time. Does handle this well. Oh no. Oh no! Okay, okay. Oof, jeez. Didn't see the third winner line, but alas, no major connection. Skills he does defend. So far, good defense. Does preserve his army. Behind this, we have our 3-1-1 setup. Bunkers are on the way, and you can see Cure he's setting up defensively this time to prepare against the Stalker counterattack. Again, Blink Stalkers, there's a reason why they're the more standard go-to, is that they do give you map control. They allow you to defend, they give you map control, they allow you to counterattack as well. And you can see that Cure is respecting it. He's respecting it quite a bit. With his tank line, with the SimCity, with his tank. His bunker, I should say. Skills going behind the mineral line, barely out of range of the tank. Not bad. Oh! to be careful, though. Does have to be careful. Gets 3 SCV kills. Tank shots are brutal, but won't lose a single Stalker. So nicely done here by Skills at the same time. All target across the map. Doesn't quite get a probe kill. Not quite. Picks up a Marine. Every unit counts. So this time Cure is contained, and Skills can take a third. This time a much more comfortable start from our Protoss player. Much more comfortable. Taking up in towards charge. We did mention this in game 1, how Skillless, he is one to, I mean, not just him, but many Protoss players nowadays are one to go into +1 in charge, gateway explosion before their splash damage. Oh! As he does get another SCV, another 2. Almost a third. 2 more SCV kills. Cure, he does move out. Now, the scary thing about what's happening here is that, of course, Skillless, he will miss the move out. He's busy in the main. He does not see the main army, though. Does not get eyes on the natural. And Cure, he's moving out. Hoping to catch Skillless with his pants down. And there's no shield battery. Oh. No shield battery back at home. Hellions dive in. 3 more probe kills, not bad. Boys are being fooled. Skillless turning back around. And the tanks, they're hoping to get within range. And they will. At least one of them will. Tanks that do siege. 9 probe kills so far. Skillless does race back, and he's around. It's going to be close, but he can. He dives in, takes out 1 tank. Gets 1, and goes for the other. Whew. And we'll clean this up. Hi. We'll clean this up. Despite that, though, another mine drop here in towards that mineral line. Up. Decent connection. Gets 12 probes, and now it's time for a counterattack. Now, back at home, Cure, he did throw away 2 of his tanks. He has 1 tank in the main base, but look at the natural. The natural is more exposed, and Skillless can punish it. He can punish that natural base. Cure, that move out was not worth it, not worth losing 2 tanks. And Skillless should recognize that Cure is vulnerable. As there's 1 tank in between the bases. Skillless, he confirms. He won't commit, though. Won't quite commit, just gets a 4th. Gets a 4th base. Colossus production well underway. And it looks like he's just containing. Going for some draw play as well. Here's main army spotted by the Observer. But Curie spots the Observer as well. As Cure moves out, Zeldrop moves in. Gets a couple of SCVs. At the same time, Stalkers, they hit the 3rd base, and Cure getting pulled apart here. Using another SCV. So far, Skillless trading well. Water Stars, they do get the shield battery. Shield battery does go down. But Cure is contained. Cure, he's just pinned back. Skillless gaining map control. 2nd Colossus on the way as well. And we've seen this scenario before. If you recall on Gressman, where you have Skills reinforced with more Zealots. Building up towards his 3rd Colossus. Getting ready for a flank. But this time, there's only 1 tank. This time, the defensive setup here is weaker because Cure threw away 2 tanks at the start of the game. So, I could see the rationale for Skillless diving in a lot more this time. Does threaten a push. Does threaten, doesn't quite commit yet. Yeah, Skills, he's just flirting with the idea. Doesn't commit. And just saturates his base. Now going for a 2nd Forge, 2nd Robo. Skills, he's not taking the same risk he did on Gressman. He's slowing things down. Just poking in. Even though I do think he could have been more successful this time. Regardless, playing it safe. Does play it safe, does pull away. And you could argue that, true, there's even less reason for skills to move in right now. Like, the counterattack potential of Cure is weaker than it was previously. So skills, he can just chill, he can just take another expansion, build up his disruptors, and max out. From here, he can just max out. Crazy Cure could throw away so much supply and still find himself in a strong position. I would disagree. He's contained right now, and he will eventually be able to break out. It's going to be on skills to slow down that push. I would say that skills is in a stronger position as he's waiting for those disruptors. And we'll see how Cure can break out and take a fourth. That's a fourth base is on the way. How many disruptors? So far, 4. 4 disruptors. Bunker goes down. Shows those Novas. Gonna be zoning away. Zoning away for the time being. Skills has to be careful. Again, the Novas are on cooldown. Has to pull away. And the goal, the win condition for skills is deny the fourth. Deny the fourth base for as long as possible. He's moving in. Skills does he react in time. Oh, nice EMP. One disruptor goes down. Novas go up. No major connections. Vikings, they do shut down the first Colossus. Yeah, skills, he wasn't quite able to react in time. Has to pull away. As he pulls back, they'll run back towards the expansion. But there are reinforcements. And the Colossus should fall. It's a couple of swipes in. But the Colossus count gets reset. Picking up a couple of key Marauders, but more Marauders have arrived, but Zealots are getting into the mineral line. SCVs are falling. Ooh, that's going to be 20 SCV kills. 21 even. Likewise, Novas are reset. They were preserved. They're buying time for Warpins. Right now, he's just buying time. Extra Warpins finishing up. Zealots are cleaned up across the map. But this army is that much smaller. It's now that much smaller. We need those reinforcements. But again, Cure is down to 42 SCVs. Forced to land the Vikings. Vikings are landing. He's still rallying across the map. Ooh. And oh my god. No major connections, the Ghost they survive. That's what's important. Ghost they avoid the Novas. Marauders less so, but it's okay. And from here it does commit, does stem in. Running out of Zealots. Disruptors being targeted down as well. Miscontrol there by Skillus. Yeah, he does go too close. But are there enough Zealots now with that warp in? Yeah, the Ghosts are going down. And Curie's all in. He's all in. The Zealots they wreak havoc across the map. There's zero economy, zero mining. This is all that Cure has left. And GG gets called. Skillus, he will survive. He forces the all in, and Skillus will force an extended series. Let's go. We have a back and forth. GG. We have a back and forth here, and again, this was a very similar. I mean, I was gonna say this should have been a similar game to Gressvan, where we were in a similar position here, where on Gressvan, Cure he was contained on 3 bases, and Skillus had map control. But if you remember, on Gressvan, Skillus he chose to commit in, he chose to fight, he lost everything in the process. Here, much tamer, much kind of tamer response. Skillus he calmed down, he contained, he was able to take better engagements as a result, slow down his opponent, and cripple the economy as Cure moved out. Now again, Cure he was in a weaker position compared to on Gressvan, where he had kind of less of a defensive setup. He only had the 1 tank, so he was more vulnerable. But this time, Skillus, he's learned from that game, is what I will say. And with that, we're getting into game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Amygdala. Getting into our next game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our red Protoss player. We have for Team Liquid. Fighting back, putting a point on the board. Can he force the ace match? It is Skillus. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player. Also for Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1, still needs one game. One más, papi. One más to claim the series. It is a Cure. We go. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps, and the map pool is also more defendable as well. Because of that, we might be in for a bit of a longer game state. Yes, on the one hand, last game, we saw both armies close to maxing out. I think we peaked at like at around 190 supply before players did clash. But here, it can be more difficult to get away with these run-bys and get away with these counterattacks. The reason for this is because the attack paths on Amygdala are very limited. Very limited here. You can apply pressure towards the top side or towards the bottom side, as there are mainly 2 attack paths here on this map. The reason for that is because of all the rocks. All these rocks do kind of limit how you can be aggressive in the early and early to mid game. Likewise, Zelnaga towers, they control both locations as well. They do get eyes on both attack paths, so it is easier to scout and easier to respond. Now that does change as the game progresses. As these rocks get knocked down, then suddenly the map opens up and you can counterattack, and you can rotate a lot faster, you can pivot between the bases a lot easier as well, but that's typically in a longer kind of like 4 or 5 base scenario. It's typically in a longer and later game state. So because of that, we see more longer games as a result. We see more later games here on Amygdala. We'll see if that's the case here though, between these two players, as we haven't really seen that yet. We haven't seen like kind of like a more slower paced back and forth mid to late game that has yet to really come across in this series. Meanwhile, double gas. Interesting. Double gas opener out of Cure, going for a faster factory before CC. So a little bit more tech heavy this time here by Cure. With this, Cure, he can go for early Cyclone production, early tank drop. He can go for early Banshees. True, Banshee play is quite common and quite popular on Amygdala, especially amongst the Korean Terrans. So we'll see how Cure will mix it up. Initially going for the Widowmine. No Hellion. Is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Skillus. I should have brought that up, but I was going to say that something like a Stargate opener I could definitely see working here for Skillus, but this time he doesn't risk it. After what happened on King's Cove, Skillus, he's done. He's like, you know what? I tried it once. I'm good. Fair enough. Fair enough. Does go for the Twilight Council instead. Reaper dips in. Reaper is going to be forced back. And is going to be zoned away. So far, nice delay here on the CC. SCV goes down. SCV does fall. And what I'm most curious by here is, after this Widowmine, do we go for a tech lab? Do we go for our add-ons? And do we set up for an add-on swap? Initially, it should be a Widowmine drop to scout. As Cure, he has not gone into the main. He does not know what he's up against. For all he knows, it could be a Stargate. Cure has to confirm. And here comes that mine drop. But again, it's after the mine drop what I'm most curious by. Let's say shade in. Going to be zoned away. Reaper into the main. Does not get behind the mineral. He's going for it though. Yeah, he's going for the dive. He's going for the scout. And he will confirm the blink. Whew. And again, something like Stargate play was very much so an option here for Skillus, so Cure, he had to confirm. Did have to confirm. Now he knows. Now he is aware. There's that tech lab. Now, because Cure now knows it's going to be a Twilight Council opener, I would imagine he's going to be going for tank production, not for an add-on swap. I mean, regardless, reactors are on the way. On both buildings, tanks now in production as well. And here comes that mine drop. Mine drop towards that natural. It's going to be tank into Raven. Yeah, no Banshees. No early Cyclone. Standard follow-up. So he's respecting the map control that Skillus is about to gain. Oh my god. As the shot almost goes off. Oh. Almost, but not quite. Widowmine goes down. One probe kill so far. And Skillus takes a third. He's taking a third base into a forge, into extra gateways. Back at home, Cure, he's setting up his Sim City and building up his tanks. Now, Kira, he doesn't know how aggressive his opponent's being here. This could be 4-gate blink for all Kira knows. We know that it's 2-gate blink into a third base. It's a very economic build here by Skillus as he delayed his extra gateways after the third base. So very greedy, very economic build here by Skillus. Kira doesn't know, that's why he's setting up defensively here. We've got bunkers being set up SimCity, we're walling off. Kira is securing himself against nothing. Otherwise, Kira, he could afford a faster third CC. Now, Skillus just chilling back at home. Kira building up towards Stim. Observer does confirm. Now, Skillus has to be very careful, staying away from that Raven. Does stay away. This is also an earlier bait from Skillus. I do like this. Again, this is very tech heavy, and basically, Skillus is skipping warp-ins. He's skipping warp-ins here in favor of taking up into that bay, into these gases, into a stronger mid-game. So Skillus is cutting even more corners, not just going for a faster third and going for a 2-gate opener, but into a faster bay as well, into faster extra gases. Or the 4-gas setup, I should say. But Kira is about to move out. Once the medevacs arrive, once the upgrades finish, Kira can be active. So all this greed and all this tech is nice and all, but we'll see if he can get away with it. See if he can get away. Army moves out. Observer does spot the army. Third CC now on the way here for Cure. As Skills is getting a fourth. That's catching the Observer. Skills, he's looking for the CC. As he has yet to confirm. Sees all the production. There we go. Does confirm the third command center. But here comes the move out. Skillus, he needs to get in position. Right now he's spread out between his bases. Distracted by the Ravens. Yeah, there we go. He does spot the army. But he's a little bit too late to respond. Yeah, the Nexus is under fire and we're going to force a cancel. Brutal moment here. Fourth base is denied. Skillus, he's trying to engage, but he's mainly Zealot heavy here. Barely any Stalkers, again intentionally so. He was skipping out on those Stalkers. If you recall, he was skipping those Warp-ins. Fourth base now being retaken. And Skillus is going for a massive Zealot counterattack. Ahead of time, he does take control of the Zelnaga. Important. He has his Zelnaga, goes for the run-by, and he should lie in wait. Now he's aware of the third location. He does hide his Zealots. And Skillus, again, he's hoping to catch his opponent off guard. The goal here is to have these Zealots pop off like we saw previously and eviscerate the economy. The problem, though, Kira, he's fighting for the Zelnaga. And he will find these Zealots. Now he's aware. Main army rotates. Second Robo's on the way. Getting into disruptor production. Ooh, brutal supply block though. Yeah, wasted Chrono. And Skills, because he's behind, he's double expanding. Again, Skills, as the Terran gets a third base, he needs a fourth. So the fourth base is late. We'll get a fifth at the same time. Opens up the center of the map. He does need that mobility. The center. Kiri's chilling back at home, building up his Ghost Count, his Vikings as well. Skillus, he rotates over. Skillus trying to recover. Both armies are soon to max out. And pushing into this expansion is going to be that much more difficult. Unlike on the previous maps on Gressvan or even on ley lines, you can't really push in between the bases. You can't try to split the army in half. It's not as easy on this map, just because of how difficult it is to rotate to that third or to that natural from the third. Oh. Never goes up. Decent connection. Gets a Marauder, gets a couple of Marines. Not bad. Skills, he pulls away, throwing down spotter pylons. Pylons are being thrown down. Zealots are spread out. Skills is gaining complete map control. And his goal here is to keep Kira contained. We'll see if he can. Skills is getting a 6th expansion. So he's taking more bases. He has the gold up and running. Ready for a Zealot Rumba. He gets spotted by the depot, so Kira knows. Speaking of the depot, he gets started down. Skills moving in. Going for the bunker. The bunker falls as well. Doesn't commit. Then he goes up. Oh my god. Nice splits. Very nice splits. And we're leading out a lot of stalkers. Oh my god, the splits are not there though. Not anymore. Massive connections. Yeah, good pickups here. At the same time, Zealots, they catch a tank. They catch reinforcements. Kira gets punished. He's being pulled apart. Kira, calm down. He's racing back home. Zealots, they drag him into the natural. Skills moving in. Tanks are exposed. And Skills, can he claim those tanks? He's tempted. He wants them and he's going to get them. First tank goes down. There's one tank left. Nerves go up. No major connections. Did lose a Colossus. Buying more time. More Zealot Warpins. Skills, he gets eyes on the would be 4th. He knows. Zealot Rumba is premature. Yeah, premature run by Zealots are going to be cleaned up. Skills, is he getting too excited? Yeah, he cannot quite commit to this. Nova goes up. Skills, we have to calm down, Pappy, calm down. Just consolidate our forces. You can see Skills, he did plummet in supply. He bled out a lot of Colossus. Down to 1. Skills does remax. And he rotates. He rotates with the main army. His goal here is to deny the 4th. Zealot Rumba is ready. Scan reveals no army yet. He rotates well. It's keeping up with the movement of Skills. Let's keep up. Skills pulls away. Zealots, they do hit the 3rd. They get the final tank. They catch out the Marines. And these Zealots, they're popping off. Kira, he's distracted. He's right here at the 4th base. He's going to trade well with the divers. The splits are not good enough. They're not there. Yeah, no splits. Massive connections. GG gets called. And Skills, he will tab the series 2-2. Whew, we are going to the ace match. Let's go. Oh my god. GG, well played. Kira, he was torn apart. Kira, he was attempting to expand. As he expanded, as Zealot Rumba comes in once again, time and time again. We saw Skills just poking, prodding towards the 4th base, towards the 3rd base, picking up some key units. Bunker, tank, depot over time, did overwhelm. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going to game 5. And again, we saw how much more comfortable Skills was. Remember, Skills, he, on a larger map, he did open very greedily. He opened up with a 2-gate opener, 2-gate into a 3rd base, into fast gases, into a bay as well. Like, he was skipping warp-ins, and he got away with it. Yes, he was forced to cancel the 4th base, but how did he make up for losing the 4th? He took the gold. The gold base more than made up for that, to be able to recover, to be able to max out, to gain map control, and to contain the Terran. And that leads us here into the ace match. Let's go. Leads us into game 5, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss flavor. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid. Tying things up, forcing the ace match, it is Skills. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue, Terran player from South Korea representing Team Liquid, being forced into Game 5. He's going for the proxy 2-Rax. Let's go. It is Cure. Here we go. We are setting up for that proxy. As we have our 2-Raxes on the way. Skillus, importantly, he's going for the probe scout. Very important here. So Skillus, he will confirm that the Rax is missing. He will confirm. Here didn't even try to harass much with medevac drops. If you recall, he was contained. I mean, he was playing very safe, overly safe. It was important to bear in mind, which is what we brought up, is that Skillus was being greedy last game. He was cutting corners and he got away with it. Did get away with that greed. Did get away with cutting those corners. It was risky what Skillus had gone for, but got away with it. Likewise, behind this, Proxy Marauder. So going to be Proxy Marauder here from Cure. And Skillus, he is aware that the Raxes are not at home. He also sees the gas as well, and he's looking. He's searching for that proxy. It is common to proxy at the 3rd location, and does he check? As he is getting a safety zealots. Nexus on the way, probe moves in, he sees the SCV. Up! And he will get eyes on the 2 Raxes. Okay, Skills, he knows. Sees both Raxes, sees a double tech lab. He's aware of the Marauders. And we need to prioritize our army here. Shield battery on the way. And the first Marauder has arrived. Now, I believe to defend against this, you have to pull a couple of boys to protect your Stalker. Otherwise, the Stalker is so vulnerable to the Marauders. Stalker moves down. So for now, the Zealot is soaking. So far, holding the line. Second Marauder has arrived. There's a Chrono on the second Stalker. Oh, is almost caught out. Concussive Shell done in 2 seconds. Yeah, not done in time. That could have been a dead Stalker then and there. But 2 seconds too early, or 2 seconds too late. Shield batteries are done, and Skillus, he's holding. He's holding on. Oh my god. Now it's up to 2 Stalkers. Meanwhile, we're not stopping Marauder production. Bear that in mind. 2 shield batteries are good, but we still need more units here. 3rd Stalker's on the way. Now, what's important is that we do have a couple of workers that we can pull if need be. Skill's playing very carefully. Pulls away. Does pull away. We have 2 more shield batteries in production. That is Nartosis Pylon. Bear that in mind. That is Nartosis Pylon. Oh, the boy! Let's go! The boys have arrived. Oh, good. Does pull the boys. Skillus, he has to pull his own. Yeah, the boys are revealed. Skillus, he pulls back into the main. Yeah, does pull his own. SCVs are going down so far. Better engage here for Skillus. Does catch out the SCVs. And the SCVs are going to fall. The shield batteries are finishing up as well. Skillus, he's holding on. 7 SCVs go down. That's a lot of Marauders, though. Takes down 2 shield batteries. There's still 2 left. Yeah, 2 shield batteries remaining. Still a hefty Marauder army. And the pylon is exposed. Takes down 1 Stalker. Takes down one of the Stalkers, and there's still so many Marauders here. And alas, we're down to 2 Stalkers. More boys are being pulled. They have to be. Up. Skillus, good control, pulls away. Shield battery is overcharged. We have the energy overcharge on the shield battery. Down to how many? 7 Marauders. Down to 6. 6 Marauders left. And remember, Skillus, he can afford to lose some probes. He can afford to lose them. It's fine. Oh no, the pylon! Nartosis Pylon. Keep it alive. Be careful. Gets another Marauder. Down to 5. Now getting up to 6. Another Marauder goes down. And another fighting out of range of the shield battery. Risky move. Does pull back. Does get healed up. As another Stalker goes down. Again, the shield batteries are a little bit too far behind. Yeah, they're too far back. But warp gate is done. It's still very close. Still very close, still very clutch. Warping the Zealots, there's no gas. And Skill's running out of gas. Warping the Zealot, whatever he can afford. Another Stalker on the way. Still very tense. Up! Another Stalker gets caught out, is gonna fall. Yeah, and Curious, he's controlling well here. Maintaining his army. Boys being pulled once again. Skillus, he gets at least 1. He gets 2. Oh, gets 3. Oh my god. Takes down 3 Marauders. Is it enough? Gets a 4th. Oh my god. Gets a 5th. Has become able to overextend. Has to pull away. Good fight there for Skillus. Very nice fight. And Q, remember, he's running out of steam. He only has 8 SCVs. Sorry, 11. Gets another Marauder. Another 2. Another 3 even. Still trading though, still losing Stalkers. Skill seems to be so careful here as he gets another Marauder. Yeah, he has momentum. Let's go. He has momentum here and now. Skillus. Can he do it? 3v3. Oh my god. As he's overextending a bit. Does pull 2 boys. There we go. Yeah, pulls 2 more boys on top of the final Marauder. Oh my god. Is about to be overwhelmed by the reinforcements, so he has to be careful. Oh. But likewise, his own Stalkers have arrived. I do feel like Skill shouldn't be here, but gets another Marauder. And another. And he's came to the production. Oh my god. And again, an intense series went all the way to the A-stars. No more boys are here. Let's go. Again, we hit a tank. We hit a soak. The boys have arrived. Stalker has to pull away. It's still just a handful of units, but it's still enough for Skillus. Hi. All the way to the A-star. You could argue that we shouldn't even be here. Again, like, I'm still thinking about the Grespon game, where Skillus didn't have to fight, he didn't have to commit. This could have been a cleaner series out of Skillus, but regardless. Kior, he's down to barely any mining here. I mean, he's trying to transition. We have a Rex on the way back at home. There's a lift. But Skillus is on 34 workers. He's on a booming 2-base economy. And now he pushes. And back at home, there's nothing. There's nothing to defend. Production's still on the way. Send it, papi, send it. Let's go. Nikita. As Rax is just now finishing up. Marina's on the way. And can Skillus break this bunker? Yeah, GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. And Skillus, he will claim the series at 3-2. Advancing on to the next round. And knocking Cure out of the tournament. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The reverse sweep, mate. Cure, he was up 2-0. He was up 2-0 and 3 games in a row. Skillus, he brought it back. He just needed, to get that pressure on him sometimes. Sometimes you need that pressure to really turn it on. And congratulations here to Skillus. Again, he did take some risks earlier in the series, of course. When it came to playing Stargate on King's Cove, or when it came to committing on Grespon. But regardless, GG, well played. Skillus, he brought it back in the end, and he will claim the series. GG, well played. Congratulations here. A very, very hard-fought series between these two players. Could have gone either way, to be honest. Could have gone either way. There were strong moments for both players. Alas, Skillus does claim it, and does knock his teammate out of the OSC Season 12 Championship. Congratulations. Crazy match, mate. Oh my god. And with that does wrap up our lower bracket round 5. Switching our scenes over here. We had our 2 series. We had a Solar taking down Cristiano 3-1, and we had Skillus taking down Cure 3-2 as well. Some intense matches, intense series. Cristiano and Cure are now knocked out of the tournament. They're knocked out of OSC Season 12. And now we are hopping over to the upper brackets. We're hopping over here. This was lower bracket round 5. We're hopping over towards the upper bracket instead. Bam! Here we go. We have our top 4. We have our top players here. I mean, I say top 4. Technically, Dark and Bjorn are waiting in the next round. But we have herO, MaxPax, Clem, and Geralt. They have been lying in wait and ready in the upper bracket. Here we go. These players have yet to drop a series. They have yet to lose to any of their opponents. And we'll see who advances on into that next round. Let's go. We're here for it. We're here for it. We're ready for it. As we are halfway through the broadcast, we're going to be going in a short break. When we come back, we'll have 2 best of 5s. herO versus MaxPax and Clem versus Geralt. we'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon, Pat. See you soon. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast, to the OSC Season 12 Championship. We just wrapped up with lower bracket round 5. Now we're here with the upper bracket round number 4. Here we go. We have our PvP coming up ahead of us. We have herO versus MaxPax. Before we can jump into things, though, big shout out to Just Me Executor in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the star. Thank you, Papa. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. If you wish, you can join our Discord server. We do give some benefits to our subscribers. We do hand out replay packs to our subscribers. So if you want to cast them yourself, watch them yourself, or learn from them, you can do so via our Discord server. Otherwise, you can enjoy our emotes. And thank you. Thank you for the support. We appreciate it. We do appreciate it. As we are jumping into our fresh best of 5. Let's go. Again, here in MaxPax, they do trade back and forth quite often. We did see herO recently take down MaxPax in Mass Coliseum. Meanwhile, MaxPax is taking down herO in World TV Mondays. Again, in online tournaments and in online events, they do go back and forth. This could go either way. It's hard to call a favored player here, but we are jumping into our best of 5 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado. We have our South Korean Protoss player, our red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss from the land of Denmark, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. See someone asking in the chat, live. I mean, as always, the cast is live, and as always, there is an indicator in the title of the stream whether or not it is going to be a replay cast. So yes, these matches were played out ahead of time. They were submitted ahead of time. And we do cast them. We're here to cast them. We're here to bring them to you. We're here. Let's go. Let us go. For now, we have our initial openers. Now, as we are loading into El Dorado, we do have a ramp coming into the natural, so we do have our setup. Oh my, herO going Nexus first. He's crazy. Straight Nexus first out of herO. Very greedy play from our red Korean Protoss here. Goes Nexus then into Gateway. Even MaxPax doesn't cut this many corners, even though when he opens up economically, he should be Gate into Cybercore into Expansion. So MaxPax, he's aware of the greed. The question becomes, can MaxPax punish the greed of herO? Gate expand. No punish. Okay. So MaxPax, he's going to be slightly behind in the economy. He's going for a later expansion, and he opts not to attempt to one-base all-in herO. So no aggression out of MaxPax. Will be playing one step behind in the economic game at least. As herO does open up 2 gates. Okay, 2-gate follow-up out of herO, which means he's going to be most likely walling up and walling off. He's going to wall off here with the Cybercore and can play this out. Ooh, speaking of walling off though, MaxPax, he throws down the pylon, he denies the wall. And with that, yeah, we have the Cybercore being thrown down towards the south side instead. There is an opening. And we'll see if MaxPax can abuse that opening. We'll see if he can abuse that. There it is, Adept is on the way, rallying across the map. We do have the Safety Zealot first out of herO. Pylon does complete. And herO... Oh, sorry, as MaxPax, he will open up Stargate. As to be expected. Stargate open at MaxPax, it is his go-to. Is his go-to build. As the Adept is moving out. This does move out. Pylon does go down. We have another pylon from MaxPax. Again, the goal here is to keep the wall open. Adept will shade in. Ooh, but it is still walled off. Whew. Barely walled off in time. Clutch moves out of herO. Does wall off. Stalker's on the way. Behind this here comes out Oracle. Oracle opener out of MaxPax, as I did mention. Is one to play Stargate here in this matchup. Into Oracle. Stalker gets forced back. Once again, that shades in. This time the wall is, still in time. Just barely. Whew. Oh my god. Just barely does wall up. Here he's keeping up. But despite defending the natural, can he defend the main? Can he defend against the Oracle? Checking his vision. Here he has scattered. He has confirmed the Stargate. He is aware. Second Oracle's on the way. With 2 Oracles, you can one-shot probes. And here he's setting up his own proxy gateway. His own proxy pylon. Okay, so he's going to have 3 gates back at home and a proxy 4th gateway across the map. And I don't see a Twilight Council. I don't see any tech. I don't see any blink. Interesting. No blink. Hero's trying to keep up. We'll zone the Oracle away. Gets a couple of hits in. So far, does zone. Likewise, he's ready in the main base. Here comes those proxies. It's a 2-base all-in. So straight up 2-base all-in here by herO. You can see he's mining through those patches, making it look like he wants to expand, when really he's doing anything but. He's actually going for a proxy Twilight Council. That is interesting. Okay. Going into... I mean, regardless of the upgrade here, I imagine it's going to be blink. It's going to be so delayed. Be very delayed here for herO. And blink is now on the way for both players. hero's still mining through those patches. He's going to be on 4 gates. Alas, MaxPax is getting up to his 3-gate setup into a 3rd. So MaxPax, he should be behind when it comes to the army supply. Going to have a smaller army. And is that going to be enough here for herO to overwhelm? As Oracle take damage in the mineral line, they get 3 pro kills. Nicely done. herO out of position. Here come those warpins. Blink, almost done. Almost complete. MaxPax, he will check outside of his base. And he will find this. He already found the proxy. He knows. MaxPax, he knows what's going on. Trades 1-to-1 with the Stalkers. But better connections here for herO. Just shoot first. And the Stalkers are exposed. Likewise does reinforce. Again, he's warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. Takes down the Adept. Blink is done in 10 seconds. The shield battery coming into play. And here he needs to break him. He needs to break through. So far having a hard time. Moving out across the map. Diving on the army. Takes down the Stalker. Takes down 2. Takes down, almost 3. Oh no, he blinks in, but the Stasis. Stasis will catch him out at the same time. Double Oracle into the main base. Ropes are falling. herO, he was already all in, but now he's heavily delayed. The bait! Yeah, his economy is being crippled. 11 probes going down. Stasis is about to run out. herO, he still has a massive army. He can still pull this off. He can still overwhelm. There's a recall on the Oracles. Stalkers are having the main army. Yeah, they're chasing MaxPax down. This might just be too much. Look at the units have 19 Stalkers for herO. That's insane. 19 Stalkers against 6. Oh, the Force Fields are brutal. Once again, chasing MaxPax down. Another Stasis. Not again. Not again, Pappy. Does he notice? Does he check? He knows. Yeah, this time he will bait out the Stasis. Baits out both of them. Fool me twice. Oh, sorry, fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on Shameless. As the gateways are depowered, and here he's done. There's a DT. True, there's a Dark Templar. Defensive DTs. Easier detection for herO. And herO, he has no form of detection back at home, by the way. There's no Forge, no Robo, no Stargate. Despite that, we'll kill every single probe. And we'll depower everything in the main as well. Yeah, GG gets called. It's just too much to handle anyway, and herO, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. herO, he will take a lead in this series. There was some nice moments there for MaxPax. Again, he was able to catch herO out, but despite that, herO, he was 2-base all in. He still had the higher Stalker count anyway, and was able to overwhelm MaxPax. GG. Does take a lead, but often we see a back and forth between these 2 players. I expect a series out of this, but now the pressure is on MaxPax as we load into our next game, as we load into Romanticide. Let's go. Alright, loading in. herO has status PTSD. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. No. But this time he was ready, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Romanticide, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player from the land of Denmark, representing Storm Gaming. Down in the series, the pressure's on. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is MaxPax. And welcome one and all to Romanticide. Romanticide is one of the larger maps in the tournament map pool. For those that are curious, hold up, Romanticide, what's going on? We did see Gressvan earlier, that is true. OSC does feature an extended map pool, so we have the regular ladder maps, but we also have older maps that were voted on by the player base. They voted on Gressvan, Romanticide, and herO to be added to the map pool. So these maps they were voted on, and they brought back. Of course, Romanticide was in the map pool back in 2022, I want to say, like around 2022 era of StarCraft. So it's been a couple of years, but it's back. It is, again, one of the larger maps, a lot of bases, and known for longer games. But in the PvP, I mean, the size of the map doesn't matter as much. Because of the warping mechanic, I mean, you can reinforce from anywhere. As long as there's a pylon. Or a prison. As once again, herO going Gate Cybercore into expand. Greedy build out of herO. Not as greedy as last game, but greedy nonetheless. And he is out greeting MaxPax for the second time in a row. Oh boy. Now, how does MaxPax respond? Remember, last game, MaxPax, he kind of accepted his fate and he played from a slight economic deficit. This time, doing the same. Yeah, this time, once again, later expansion. No proxy, no aggression out of MaxPax. Again, he's not really known for responding with one base all-ins. Like, he's not really that kind of player. So I really like this from herO. I think this is just a really smart way to play against MaxPax. Because MaxPax, he's so... What's the best way of putting this? He's so predictable. He's so predictable in PvP. Because his go-to build is Gate, Cyber, Stargate into Nexus. Because of that, very often players would attempt to one-base all in him. At least that was, you know, in the previous patch, in the previous rendition of the game. Here, time and time again, here he's just out-greeting MaxPax instead. And trying to beat him at his own game. He's like, you want to play safe and economic? Okay, I'm going to just cut corners and be just more greedy. It's like, okay. Was successful in game 1, we'll see if we can pull it off here in game 2. Stargate follow-ups as well, both players playing Stargate. herO can make the assumption that MaxPax, I mean, he scouted. He did scout the Stargate so he can go Phoenix himself. MaxPax is shading into the main, but is denied. Despite that, MaxPax also does open Phoenix, so we're going to be entering Phoenix Wars, or at least we should be. MaxPax, he's, there we go, he does commit, does confirm. I was going to say he's making an assumption, but a correct one. Regardless, he commits, regardless he scouts, he confirms, and now he can commit. Second Stargate, bam, instant second Stargate for MaxPax. I do really like this. This is typically how herO defeats MaxPax, by going for an earlier second Stargate, but MaxPax, he beats him there. And with this MaxPax, he will ensure that he has the greater Phoenix count. herO opening up Phoenix into Oracle, ooh, this I'm not too fond of. But again, he doesn't know. He doesn't know how hard MaxPax is committing to Phoenixes. This Oracle should not get damage done. Now he knows. Shades into the main. Sees the second Stargate. Now he's aware. And he's going to try to transition to Blink Stalkers. Oh, this is going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for herO. Because it's going to be a window in time where we have a massive Phoenix, flock of Phoenixes. And herO doesn't have much anti-air. Doesn't have much. He has one Phoenix in a dream. Let's go. Now, MaxPax at least doesn't know about the Oracle, so this could catch him off guard. As MaxPax is moving out, so he's not in position to defend. Again, he's not expecting an Oracle. This is coming out of left field. So the pants are down. And there is potential. And ideally, herO wants to force a recall. He doesn't want to force that recall. But MaxPax doesn't need to. Yeah, he dies on the Phoenix. Phoenix goes down instantly. And here's in trouble. He's going to lose everything here. The Stalkers, the Phoenixes. There's that recall. Whew. And again, that's best case scenario for herO. Does force the recall. Still 6 probe kills. 7. Oh my god. 7 workers go down. Gets a revelation at the end. And herO does take a worker lead, but does he have enough Stalkers to defend? As he's up against how many? He's up against 7 Phoenixes. There's our first lift. Ooh. A little bit premature. Does lose 1 Phoenix ahead of time. So better start for herO. Down to 6 Phoenixes. Oh. herO setting up a proxy, going for a 2-base all-in. This makes sense. The goal for herO is to try to break MaxPax before he hits critical mass of Phoenix. We'll see if he can. herO moves out. We've seen this before. We saw this in El Dorado, where herO lost everything in the main base, but it did not matter. He commits to the all-in. And these Phoenixes are spending their lifts aggressively to harass. Now he notices. Yeah, he does notice. He's like, wait a minute. Why aren't you responding? Why aren't you reacting? Because of the all-in. And here we go. What is it to defend? The stasis! Not again! Avoid. Oh, God. He's walking in. No! He notices. Whew, does notice in time. There's a second stasis. Does he notice? Oh, my God. Depowers the shield battery. Does depower. And he doesn't notice. Oh, my God. Stasis goes off. Does catch half the stalkers. Whew, and MaxPax is buying time for the Immortal. The Immortal's on the way. He's a little bit more time. Second stasis here in the mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. The Immortal does pop. MaxPax is supply blocked. And he dives in. He does focus on the Immortal. Yeah, 3 volleys all it takes. And Max. The stasis! Oh my God. Okay. Calm down. Calm down. MaxPax speeding up Phoenixes, and herO looks like he's done a GG gets called. He will shut MaxPax down, and herO will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. Oh my God. My heart, pappy. My GG, well played. herO, he will overwhelm the natural. He will overwhelm the production. Was able to shut down the robo. And with that, again, MaxPax, he was caught with his pants down. The pants were down, pappy. He was getting ready for a longer game. Eventually, it sunk in that, oh, there's an all-in coming my way. But by the time he realized what was going on, again, he was already heavily invested into those Phoenixes. It was a really drastic decision there by herO, but he did pull it off. There's so much that really worked out well for herO in that game. I'm referring to the recall. Remember that Oracle getting 6-7 probe kills across the map forced the recall back home. If it wasn't for that recall, herO, he would have been in trouble. He would have, I mean, been stuck at home and would have been bleeding out more stalkers, more probe kills as well. He was able to just buy time for the all-in. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And now we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. Getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea representing Weibo Gaming, leading the series 2-0. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Southstorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Not sure if I've seen that specific one, but definitely saw some games of his where he ate a bunch. Pig casting was so disappointed. If Pig was casting the biggest store Monday, then we casted those matches as well. So we probably casted the same games, is most likely what you're referring to. Most likely the same games. But here we go. Again, every game so far, here he has been able to get away with a faster Nexus. Does he do it again? So far, going for the gateway first. Going for the gateway. Does actually go for a standard opener. This looks like gate into Cybercore. Sorry, this looks like a 2-gate opener into a fake proxy pylon. We'll see. Probe moves down, setting up for the expansion. But there is no expand. Because herO, he's being cheeky. He's hiding a probe. He's hiding the probe, hiding the pylon. Making it look like he wants to expand. Again, this is just because of how the series has played out so far. Because herO has been so greedy. Again, he's selling this story. He's selling the story. There's a Cybercore. Shows the pylon. We're waiting for herO. As herO is set up. Pylon's now on the way. And herO, that's the 3rd pylon as well. Ooh, okay. That is the proxy 3rd pylon from herO. MaxPax, he's going for a gate into expand into Cybercore. Very greedy build here by MaxPax. Ay, ay, ay. And again, like, this is just such a smart way to play out this series, but it's not a 1-base all-in. I would have loved to have seen a proxy robo. I'll be honest. I would have loved to have seen a proxy robo on a one-base all-in at herO. This is an economic opener. I say economic. Proxy Stargate is for an Oracle, and herO, he does plan on expanding. Like this, I mean, I don't think he was expecting MaxPax to be this greedy. But this would have been the perfect time for a proxy, for an all-in. Not quite, though. Not quite from herO. Regardless, this can still deal damage, don't get me wrong. MaxPax going for his own Stargates into Oracle. The Oracle is on the way. So again, I would have, like, it would have been, I like the big brain play would have been the proxy robo. It would have been so good. But alas, we're gonna play this out. Phoenix opener out of MaxPax. Does catch the Adept, shield battery is done. MaxPax, he should be fine. He's already got his natural up and running. Again, MaxPax went for an earlier Nexus. And he shuts down the Oracle as well. Yeah, here he's falling apart here. He will get a couple of probe kills. But remember, MaxPax was already ahead in workers. As here he evens up the probe counts. We'll lose the Oracle. Second Oracle's on the way. And here he needs more damage. Here he's still behind. He's still down in the economy. Adept shades back in, distracts the Phoenixes. Oracle into the main. And he will get a couple more probes. Again, very necessary damage. But the problem here is that the Phoenixes are soon to counterattack. Ooh. So we get another 5. Another 5 probes go down. 12 in total. Again, this is still decent. As herO back at home, transitioning into Blink. Stalker knocking down that front door. Phoenixes, they check the Stargate. No more Oracles. No third Oracle on the way. And here he's stuck on a one-base economy. He's still stuck on one base. Just now saturating. Just now building up. Phoenixes have arrived. They catch out the Stalker. They get one. They should be able to get... Oh! Not quite 2. Not quite. Yeah. Here going back into Oracles. Is MaxPax the best Protoss out there? I would say it's comparable between MaxPax and herO. Like, depending on the tournaments, herO excels over MaxPax or MaxPax excels over herO. I think they both have their strengths and weaknesses. Like, for example, herO knocked MaxPax out of Master Coliseum. Meanwhile, MaxPax, he won the League Cup. So you can probably make an argument for either one. But both very strong. Both top 2. I think everyone will agree on that they're both top 2 Protosses in the world. Are the best Protosses. Did you see herO counterattacking? Yeah, and he's just committing. He's just committing to an all-in at this point. This time, Max actually has a little bit more time to respond. Immortal is halfway done, and can he buy time? Can he get there? Oh, gonna be distracted though. herO keeping with the Phoenixes, and again, Max actually is buying time for that Immortal. It's on the way. As herO does rotate. So MaxPax holding the line, and if MaxPax, if he can buy time for a second Immortal, he should be fine. He needs a couple more seconds to build up, and the longer this goes on, the better it's gonna be for MaxPax. Building up a higher Immortal count, threatening his opponent. Yes, Twilight Blink did already finish, and here. Can he focus out those Immortals in time? As we have a third Immortal on the way. going to be all or nothing for herO. Does poke in. Triggers the shields. Does trigger shields on both immortals, but the third immortal is now popping out. And here he has to blink in. Third immortal, it's waddling down the ramp. Up! Goes to the dive, he gets one. Takes down one. Barely doesn't get the other. Yeah, takes 3 volleys. And with those 3 volleys, MaxPax, he's shutting down these Stalkers. And Stalkers do full. MaxPax holds. He does hold on. herO, he's plummeting in supply. Now up against a fresh Immortal. And likewise, now there's going to be another Immortal coming down the ramp. It takes so long to bring down one. And now there's going to be 2. Yeah, second Immortal has arrived. We're trying to slowly work through this. Picking off the Zealots. Does pick up the Zealots, building up his Stalker count once again. Getting into how many? 19 Stalkers for herO. And he's getting ready for a second dive. And once again, he's gonna be diving to 3 Immortals. Oh my god, he can one-shot! Gets one, doesn't quite get the other. Pulls away in time, second Immortal does arrive. And once again, he punishes those Stalkers so hard. You're down to 17, soon to be up to 20 Stalkers. Is that enough? I think it might be. Still trading though. Still dancing with the army. MaxPax back up to 3 Immortals. Back up to there we go. I was like, where is it? It's coming down the ramp. And herO, he's trying to expand. It's a very late expansion for herO. It looks like herO, he's recognized he cannot break him. He cannot kill MaxPax. So he's going for a Nexus, he's going for Glaives. Does dive in. Takes down the Immortal. Takes down an Immortal. Glaives, I mean, they will help support, they will help buffer. It's a risky maneuver here from herO, but it's all he has. As he has no upgrades, he has no tech. Let's try to move in. Picks up a Stalker. MaxPax getting ready for a counterattack, and here he has nothing at home. He has force fields though, true. Okay. He can force field. He can still isolate those Immortals. He can try to. Speaking of, does force field. He barely doesn't get one. Doesn't get the Immortal. Force fields, they weren't worth it. Stasis gets baited. Prism into the main. And DTs, they're warping in. And here he has 0 detection. Probes are going down. Adepts shading to the mineral line. But now they're defensive. Another Stasis! Stasis goes off and here is being shut down completely. Dark Templar everywhere. Stasis, GG gets called, and MaxPax, he will hold, he will defend, and he will fight back, putting a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We have a series. Do you have a series here? herO could have taken the third base 5 minutes ago. If you recall, 5 minutes ago, he threw down extra gateways. That's where he committed to the 2 base all-in. He threw down, I want to say, 3 or 4 extra gates. So he was already committed. If he had thrown down the expansion, he would have fallen behind. Which, I mean, you could argue he can just try to play from behind. But, yeah, here he was in a rough position there. Which is why he committed to the all-in. It was a very rough start, and with that, MaxPax does fight back, and now we're getting into game number 4. Whew, and again, just a really clutch defense there from MaxPax, able to preserve those immortals. We saw multiple times when herO would dive in, he would maybe get one immortal, but it was very difficult to get the other, as MaxPax was very crisp to pull back in time, to pull away, to preserve, and to defend. Now we're getting into game number 4. Let's go. We're jumping into game 4. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have our Red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. Still leading the series 2-1, still one game away from advancing on into the next round. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Protoss player from Denmark representing Storm Gaming. Fighting back, one game away from forcing the ace match, it is MaxPax. We go. And again, herO, he had an interesting build last game. I'm not too fond of it. If you recall, he was faking out an expansion and he had gone for a proxy Stargate against MaxPax, who had gone for a gate expand. MaxPax, he got away with a more greedy build. He had a stronger start. The Oracle opener was okay, but it got completely shut down by the Phoenixes. And in the end, MaxPax took a lead. herO, he was forced into an all-in as he was behind, and alas, MaxPax was able to defend in time. So to pull off that defense, GG. GG, well played. And we'll see if herO can recover. Oh. We'll see if he can fight back. Once again, feels Mike, man. So apologize if my microphone is acting up. It's all good. Might have to get a new microphone or a new cable or something. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Regardless, herO opening up with a proxy. Okay, so it is going to be a 2-gate opener, 2-gate opener into Cybercore, into a proxy across the map. Likewise, MaxPax going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Economic opener here, greedy build out of MaxPax, and this time herO, he will commit to a 1-base all-in. This time, this is going to be a big commitment. MaxPax, he scouts, he sees that there is a missing pylon. The second pylon is missing, second pylon nowhere to be found. MaxPax, he's looking for the proxy, he's looking for the pylon, he's checking towards the top side. He has yet to confirm, but he will with the Zealot. Yeah, he will confirm. Does get eyes on this, is aware. Is where the proxy, pylon's already under fire. This is a rough start for herO. He does throw down a second pylon to keep everything powered, but the first one is going to fall. And behind this, we have a robo defensively for MaxPax, getting to his own immortal production. Pylon gets picked up. herO, he's racing over. And again, last game, MaxPax didn't scout for this because it was a proxy off of the third pylon, not the second. Oh, and this is shut down already. The pylon falls, and there's 0 production. No. herO, he's falling apart here. And again, we have the faster immortal production from MaxPax. He's fine. He's perfectly fine. He's perfectly safe, perfectly sound. As herO is going to try to overwhelm these Stalkers. He's coming in from behind. His goal here is to surround. But the earlier immortal production from MaxPax is brutal. Oh, gets a Stalker. Trades 1 for 1. And the crazy thing about this proxy, this all-in from herO, is that he's behind. He's behind when it comes to the immortal production. Like, the immortal's already done. It's already done for MaxPax. It's here. The immortal has arrived. herO, he's getting desperate, transitioning into disruptors. Now, this can work. Even if you're behind, with one good Nova, you can actually recover, and you can still pull this off. But this is a bit of a last-ditch effort here. It's a Hail Mary play to go for disruptors. Go, tries to commit. where I proxy against a player who always scouts. If you recall, the proxy would have been a really good idea in the last game, if you were watching. Just because of how the series had played out. But again, here is struggling. So far, triple shield battery, 2 immortals already. Again, MaxPax sees ahead in immortal production. He now has his own warp prism. No prism for herO. So MaxPax, he has micro potential. He can blink back, he can kite back with his prism. And that disruptor is on the way. And again, this is the one chance that herO has. Unfortunately, I'm sure he was hoping that we were going to be seeing a third immortal. And there was a prism before the third immortal. So the problem here is that even with the Nova going off, MaxPax, he just lived and he can avoid the Nova. Like, he has defensive blink, essentially. So this disruptor has less potential. Despite that, herO, he commits. Nova goes off. Nova, doesn't quite connect. Yeah, the disruptor goes down. And with that, herO, it's all or nothing. Yeah, the micro assault saves the immortals are juggling out of MaxPax. He does focus on both immortals, and he still has 3. Yeah, MaxPax, he completely shuts down this army. It ups straight into the main. They get some economic damage. That's all herO can do. But the main army crumbles. And herO, he only gets 3 probe kills. Getting a handful more. MaxPax, he just forces this all the way back towards the proxy. And he will clean this up. Yeah, MaxPax, he will completely clean this up. Catching out the army, catching out the units. We have some slow lots to read. Well, let's go. We have the slow lots. They're doing what they can. They're helping. Yeah, I know. As it is, I mean, hey, they're wreaking havoc. 14 probe kills, not bad. They're doing quite a bit of economic damage here. The problem, though, is that it's not enough. The problem here, yeah, GG gets called as herO, he runs out of steam, and MaxPax, he survives. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. We are going to the ace match. Again, herO, he committed to the one-base all-in this time on Frostline, but last did fall on its face. Again, there was potential in Game 3, but less so here in Game number 4, and now we're going all the way to that ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Whispers of Gold. Fun fact, the 2 first games of this series where herO out-greeted MaxPax, he was able to find some success. He was able to excel. It was in both Game 3 and Game 4 where he did end up proxying. I mean, Game 3 was a proxy Stargate instead, but where he was going more aggressively, where he did struggle, where he did fail. And that leads us here into the ace match. The question becomes, how will herO approach this? Aggressively or greedily? How does he open up his build coming into Whispers of Gold? We're here to find out. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player from Denmark representing Sidestorm Gaming. Bringing it back. He was down 2-0 and he's forced the ace match. Can he go all the way? It is MaxPax. Here we go. And for the most part, MaxPax has been reacting to herO. That's typically how this series has gone so far, is that MaxPax has been scouting, has been trying to react, trying to keep up with herO's builds. It's been herO that's been dictating the pace of these games. So the question becomes, what's it going to be? So far, gate first. Throws down the gateway, doesn't rush into the Nexus. MaxPax moving out across the map, trying to get a read on what herO's up to. MaxPax opening up double gas. This most likely is going to be a gate into Cybercore, into Stargate before expansion. herO is going for a gate Cybercore opener. Okay. So we have very similar builds. Here he threatens the expansion, goes down the pylon, gets a Cybercore. So gate into Cybercore here from herO. Again, gate Cybercore out of MaxPax. We're getting there in slightly different ways, but for the most part, and mirrored builds. As MaxPax, he does pylon block, And because of this pylon block, we might see a Stargate from both players. We know that we should be seeing a Stargate out of MaxPax. We might see one now out of herO. If so, this could be the beginning of Phoenix Wars, which we haven't seen yet today. We have seen Phoenixes made, that is true, but no true Phoenix Wars yet. Cybercore is done. There's a Stargate at MaxPax, which is again what we expect. herO does go for the Stargate as well. herO, he wants the expansion. Yeah, it does move down, takes the Nexus. So earlier Nexus out of herO, earlier Stargate out of MaxPax. And MaxPax does confirm. He does confirm, going for his own expansion. And hero's going to have to take a more defensive role. Going for a later Stargate. Interesting. So this should be Phoenix. Because the Stargate is later, and because it is delayed, we should be seeing an Oracle out of MaxPax. If he goes Oracle and if herO goes Phoenix, then herO can shut MaxPax down. And there it is, Oracle's on the way. herO, his goal here is to try to catch MaxPax with his pants down with those Phoenixes. I would imagine that's the plan for herO. We'll see. He could do something crazy and just go for his own Oracle, which would be wild. We'll see. The Depth Scout is denied. herO pushing towards that natural, applying pressure. Keeping MaxPax busy. The first Oracle is going to be revealed. It's going to be revealed here, taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. As we assumed, yep, Phoenix production out of herO. And again, this is to try to blindside MaxPax and catch him off guard. Because MaxPax is not expecting this, not expecting Phoenixes. And MaxPax is transitioning into Blink. Okay, Blink is on the way. Now herO, he needs to shut this Oracle down. This Oracle hasn't really gained any value yet. He's killed a Scouting Probe and a Stalker. Oracle is revealed, going for another Stalker, not bad. Will focus it down. And he should be shut down by the Phoenix. Oh, does he recall in time? Oh, he barely does. Whew. Does recall, and now he knows. Now he's aware of the Phoenixes. He knows what's happening. And now it's on MaxPax to survive and to be able to get into Blink Stalkers. It's still just now starting, still just now beginning, but he needs time. He needs time here for these Stalkers. As MaxPax is stuck back at home. Now herO has a choice to make. Does he turn this into an all-in? Does he try to break MaxPax before Blink is done? I think the answer is going to be yes. I mean, it's herO. He's aggressive at me. So far he gets one Stalker. Gets one already. Just the one. From here he pulls away. Another gets down to half HP. herO throws down another gateway, getting up to a 2-gate setup. And yeah, setting up a proxy. Okay, it's going to be a 2-base all-in. It's going to be a 2-base all-in now. Oh, MaxPax getting a third. This is greedy. This is risky, Pappy. Oh my god. Getting into a third base. Now, what I was going to say here is that Blink should be done. Blink, it will finish up in time for the all-in. But investing into a third might be one step too far. It's not going to be an easy hold here from MaxPax. Not impossible, but it's not going to be easy. Here he sees the third base. I'm sure he's happy about that. He's trying to drag the army out of position, out of range of those shield batteries. Can he shut MaxPax down? There we go. He goes for the mass lift. Takes down 3 Stalkers. Yeah, 3 Stalkers do fall. Blink is just now finishing up. And here he's going for the kill. He's going for MaxPax. The boys are being pulled. And the boys, they do shut down one of the Stalkers. The shield battery putting in a lot of work. Here he avoids a shield battery. Rotates into the main. Probes are going down. This is good economic damage, but he needs more. He needs more than just probe kills. He needs the Stalkers. Stalker count is building up. He gets 1. Leaves out one of his own, though. Gets 2. Gets 3. Has he done it? Has he broken even the boys? They do lock down the Stalkers, though. And then remember, there's no blink. There's no blink for herO. He's locked down. He's stuck in the main. He's going to lose everything. Yeah, MaxPax he's holding. That surround was insane. And again, herO, he's out of Stalkers. He's out of Stalkers. He's out of time. He's out of army. And MaxPax, he's ahead. He does take a lead. He was forced to cancel the third, though. Okay. Okay. We need to take a moment. So MaxPax, he lost the third base. He lost the third base, true. Did lose the third, but he has Blink. He's going into a Dark Shrine thereafter. Proxy Dark Shrine as well. Uh-oh. herO, he did deal some damage, but it wasn't enough to kill MaxPax. Back at home, herO is going for his own Robo. He needs Immortal production. The problem here is that herO, he should be making Immortals, but he needs an Observer because of that Dark Shrine. But he doesn't know. Doesn't know about the DTs. Thinks they hit the main base. They get a couple more probes. A couple of workers go down. What does he make? Does he go for the Immortal? Does he go for the Observer? Considering the Stalker count, yeah, he has to make Immortals. That's the problem here. He has to make Immortals, otherwise he dies. But if he makes Immortals, he's also going to die to the Dark Shrine. It's damned if you do and damned if you don't. As the Immortals, they make up for his lack of Stalkers. So he's stuck in a rough position. MaxPax moving out. He has the supply lead. There's the first Immortal. Now, does he make an Observer? Recalls the Adepts. Making a second Immortal. Oh, no. And here come the Dark Templar. And right now, there is 0 detection. Now, herO, he could try to buy time and chrono out the Observer. True. He could try to pull that off. But damage should be done. Phoenix goes down. DT moves in. Does he notice? Yeah, he does. Does Force Field. Observer's on the way. DT getting a couple of free swipes in. Going for the pylon. No, the Attention's pylon goes down. Oh my god. The pylon falls. There's no Observer. And the DT's just going ham. Yeah, just free damage on the army. Ay, ay, ay. herO. He's going for the mineral line. The DT, the Invisible Man. He's slipping in. He's slipping. The main range probes are falling. Or the Observer just now pops out. herO's trying to hold on. He has detection. Technically, we could see a Revelation on the Observer and MaxPax can just dive in. There's the lift. And behind this here, he's contained, and MaxPax, he just expands. He just expands, takes the third base, gets ahead economically. He has map control. Again, MaxPax, after the failed all-in, he was ahead. And herO, he's being forced into a second all-in. He's building up the Immortal count. Charge is halfway done for MaxPax. Now, if he can buy time for charge, then MaxPax, he should be fine. Right now, there's a window in time, though. There's a window where charge isn't ready. The gateways, they aren't finished either. Where herO could still end the game with this push. But he's still pushing up a ramp into a shield battery. Phoenix is another Phoenix goes down. The stasis! Stasis goes off as well. herO, he does lift up the Immortal. Does go for the lift, but he has no micro potential. Immortal goes down. Trades 1 for 1. Takes a lot of hits, though. And Max actually just buying time. Just buying time, trading well, bleeds out those Zealots. And charge is now done. It's done in a couple of seconds. herO trying to force his way through. There's that warp in. Zealots, they have arrived. And they just do a great job here at tanking. Yeah, they tank those shots. Cleaks on forward, takes down the Immortal. There's one Immortal left. Okay, we have the War Prism. Prism comes in. herO, he can micro. He can try to micro back. But there's just so many Zealots. And again, Zealots, they just tank so well. Gets another Immortal. Another Immortal goes down. herO, he has to pull back. But the Prism gets targeted as well, and herO's gonna lose everything here. Yeah, MaxPax, he holds, he survives, he shuts down the all-in. Again, the power of the Invisible Man. It was crazy. And GG gets called. MaxPax, he will take the series 3-2, coming back from a 2-0 deficit, the reverse sweep. GG. GG. GG, very well played here by MaxPax. He pulls off the reverse sweep. herO, he got too excited. He got too excited here. Again, had a really strong start to the series, but coming into game 3, especially coming into game 4 as well, just going for just a flat out vanilla proxy robo, which got completely shut down in game 4. That was a brutal sight there. Here, coming into the ace match, I'm not opposed to the overall build that herO had decided to go for, going for the Phoenixes, but unfortunately he wasn't quite able to sustain himself. He was still losing units to the Oracle. At least the Oracle was popping off, and likewise it did feel like herO, he missed his window. He missed his opportunity to break his opponent. Basically it all came down to the initial 2-base all-in and the initial hold from MaxPax, and he pulled it off. MaxPax was able to pull it off. It was honestly really close. If you remember, it was so important that MaxPax, he kept pulling the boys. He kept pulling those workers, and he was able to lock down and surround those stalkers. And because herO was all-inning without blink, he was being locked down. Like, he couldn't escape, and he wasn't trading well. He was losing stalkers for probes more than anything. So really nice defense initially there for MaxPax, and that did basically win him that game. Going for the DT counterattack was just a really smart way to follow up, knowing that herO had to make immortals. We mentioned at the time, like, herO, he dies if he makes an observer, and he also dies if he makes the immortal. Like, he like, it was just a really rough position there for herO. And really smart of MaxPax to notice the Artosis pylon. Remember, there was that one pylon at the natural that was powering the robo, and it was able to focus it down in time as well. So GG, clutch moves there out of MaxPax. Well played. Does claim the series, does knock herO down to the low ground, down to the lower bracket is what I meant to say. And now we have one series left. One series remaining. Let's go. So get ready here for our TVP. Just setting up our players here. I got you. Beautiful. Here we go, a fresh best of 5 between Geralt and Clem. Let's go. And game 1 is going to be on El Dorado. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of El Dorado, sorry, bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have our blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from the land of France representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. I thought herO caught him with the Phoenix Stalker push when MaxPax went for the third base the first time. Yes, as we mentioned, that's why it was so crucial that MaxPax was able to surround herO. Remember, we saw the mass worker surround, which locked down the Stalkers. You could argue that maybe herO made the mistake of going into the main. If you remember, he kited into the main base to avoid the shield battery, but it also meant that his reinforcements were left behind, and so he was kind of like caught in two places at once, and he was being shut down. So you could argue that, yeah, maybe he should have been a little bit more tentative there and just focused on the natural and pulled back and waited for reinforcements and just kept going. Going into the main base did mean that he got kind of caught with both armies like segmented from each other, isolated from each other, and he was locked down. But from here, we're getting to our fresh best of 5. And we have Geralt coming with his probe scout so far. Single gas opener, economic build out of Clem. Going for a Rax into CC on the low ground, and Geralt is here to delay. He's here to delay, here to block. Again, for those who haven't been tuning in, Geralt has been getting some very good results recently. You've been watching the channel, you've seen that Geralt has been having his way with Spirit as of late, knocking down spirits time and time again. Likewise, Geralt, he recently had a crazy performance in the Pigsty qualifiers where Geralt was able to bring down Showtime to fall to trigger at the end, but again, really good result out of Geralt to bring Showtime down. It was a very good effort in those PvPs. And again, Geralt, he's been on the rise for quite some time. Like, I'd say Geralt, he's like, what, number 4 Protoss in Europe? I think I would place Geralt just after Skillus, currently. I'd say like Geralt and Cristiano, they're like 4 and 5 Protoss in Europe. Both have been improving so much over the past, I would say, even 2 years at this point. And we'll see how he can perform here against Clem. Here we go. So far we have Clem following this up with his initial 1-1-1. Hallucination will confirm. Gets eyes on the setup, making sure there's no crazy 2-1-1 or 3-vax. Or faster third CC. Confirms the standard opener. Likewise, Geralt going for his own Twilight Council back at home as well. Into Blink. So Blink-based opener out of Geralt. Be working towards Blink, throwing down his extra gateways, getting into a 3-gate setup. So 3-gate Blink, very safe play out of Geralt, nothing too crazy, which is what we expect. Like Geralt, he's usually more of a mid-game player. He's not really too cheesy or too aggressive. Doesn't really deviate from the norm. As he's keeping an eye on Clem. Then likewise, just going for Interference Matrix. I think this is a fake out. I think he's trying to show Banshee play. As Matrix is a very rare sight. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's faking out Banshees. So back in the day, I say back like a year ago, like Raven openers and Interference Matrix was very much so meta. That was before you had to research Interference Matrix. That was back when you just had it, when you made the Raven. But nowadays it has fallen off. For a couple of different reasons. Another reason for it is that was also during the meta of Phoenix Colossus, and a Colossus heavy play as well, which has fallen by the wayside in the PvT meta. Like, it just isn't really a thing anymore. So Clem just faking out Banshee behind this, settling into his 2 bases. We do have a Blink into Colossus from Geralt. Not going to Storm. I was going to mention this, how in modern StarCraft, Storm follow-ups are a lot more commonplace just because of the change to the NG overcharge. Does kind of benefit Storm play a lot more, but we can see Geralt calming down and going towards. This is even a Bay before charge. Remember how Skillus was playing against Cure? We were talking about how a new kind of like trendy way of playing is to delay your splash damage and go into a heavier gateway count into +1 in charge, which is how Skillus was playing. He was delaying his splash damage a lot longer. Here, Geralt, this is a little bit more old school, going for splash damage faster instead. Going for the Bay before charge instead of after. So this means earlier Colossus, but it also means that, for the most part, Geralt, he only has map control. He can't really threaten his opponents with Zealot drops, Zealot run-bys, with Zealot surrounds either. It's a bit of a more defensive style here out of Geralt. At least until he builds up those Colossus. Once he gets up to 2-3 Colossus, then he can be active. Until then, it's going to be mainly back at home. So Geralt just having a very different approach to the previous PvT that we had earlier today. Clem moving out. Clem does push through the center, going to be distracting Geralt, at the same time dropping to the main. And Geralt will see if he can keep up. So far the main base is exposed, has a shield battery. Ideally has a weapon available. Drop comes in. And pushing towards that third base. So far the boys are being pulled, probes are going down. And not bad, getting 5 worker kills at the same time, pushing forward. Can he get the Colossus? There's Yoda turrets, but last looks like Geralt, he should be able to hold on. He kites back well. Colossus does take some hits, but we have the shield battery, and Geralt, he holds. He does hold on. Oh. Fading at the mine shot, at least trying to. Oh no! Ooh, mine shot goes off. And even though Geralt does defend, Clem, he does get 6 probe kills in the main. 7 in total, so good damage. Good damage so far. Medevac escapes. He trades out mainly Marine, so very expendable army for Clem. Very cheap, very expendable. He keeps Geralt's attention back at home, and Clem, he expands. He expands, gets his third base up and running. Now, this is where Geralt, he's under a lot of pressure. He needs a fourth. He desperately needs a fourth base. The fourth base is late because of the aggression. Ideally, the Protoss wants to be up a base compared to the Terran. And right now, we're on even bases, even economy. I should say, Clem is ahead economically. Does have the greater economy with those mules. Meanwhile, Geralt, he has built up to early 3 Colossus. Again, this is the benefit of the earlier bay, is you get more Colossus faster. So it's up to 3. It's not the most mobile army, but very robust. As Clem's army gets spotted, Geralt, he should respond, should rotate. He does. He does react to Clem, but is it too late? Clem making his way towards a fourth. Geralt's charge is done. Zolce trying to collapse in. Clem, he's kiting well. Oof, gets a massive mine shot. And pulls away. Geralt, he saves the fourth. Saves the fourth base. He bleeds out mainly Zealot, so a good defense here by Geralt. But again, the problem here is that Geralt is stuck at home. Again, we do have kind of a role reversal. Remember, in the previous series, time and time again, we saw Skillus maintain map control and contain Cure on 3 bases. And even 2 bases for a long time. Here, Clem has been freely taking his third base, freely expanding. Now a fourth is on the way. Clem instead is the one with map control, and Geralt is stuck at home. But a lot of that is also because of the build, is because of the prioritization of the Colossus. As we did try to emphasize at the start of the game, it is just more of a defensive style instead. So it does lead into a very different dynamic, I should emphasize. As Clem is pushing forward, we have the Ghost Academy on the way, getting into Ghost production, and Geralt's going to be working towards Storm. He's got plenty of High Templar. Yo, the one Zealot, let's go! The one Zealot run by. Gets an SCV, delays the CC. Does distract Clem. Gives Geralt a better idea what's going on. He does split the fourth base. He's aware. Storm is coming. Clem is going to be the first to max out. And Geralt is getting ready for a Zealot run by. Is getting ready. There is a bunker in position. And Geralt, he does commit. Does head for the SCVs. Gets a couple of workers. 4 SCVs go down. Because right now we just push, and we're looking for the storms. Storm is done. Oh, blinks in. Bold blink there from Geralt. Please add a couple of stalkers. We have 2 storms left. Down to 1. Down to 1 storm. Clem, he's max. He rallies across the map. Clem, he gets a better arc here, the better concave on the 5th base. The 5th base is going to be denied. Oof, that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Archon's morphing in. Here comes the storm drop. The storms are good, but it might not be enough. Oh my god. Another good storm, though. Does catch out the army. You can see how heavily bruised the army is. Storm's coming in from behind. Another flanking storm. Massive connection, and Clem, he stands in the storms. He just takes it to the face, has to back off, but he did kill the 5th. 5th base was killed. Clem pulling back. This girl, she's trying to buy time. The problem here is that Clem is on a 4-base economy, now getting his own 5th. Again, Clem, his economy is still greater than that of Geralt. Getting the faster expansions. And that's leading into this kind of game state where Geralt, he's struggling to replace his army. And Clem, he just keeps rallying. His production, it's not been stopped. He's going to overwhelm Geralt. Geralt, he's down to 1 Colossus and 1 Disruptor. 1 Disruptor. Picks up a couple of Vikings. He's got that 1 Nova. Nova goes off. Doesn't connect. And he has to rely on those storms here. He has 2 High Templar. Raven harass at the top side. Simeon in, takes down the Colossus once again. Another beautiful storm. The storms have been on point. But it doesn't matter. Again, Clem, he likes taking the storm to the face. He likes it, man. He likes it. It's fine. He can just tank them. As he is stimming forward, takes down all the zealots. 10 probes did go down. There is that one Colossus. Another storm does zone. But Clem is still almost maxed out. Still just rallying. Still an untouched economy. Outside of that earlier zealot run by, we just haven't had anything to move out across the map. I mean, Geralt hasn't had the breathing room for it. He just can't afford to counterattack. As he's barely holding on back at home with what little he has. As he's pushing forward. Once again, massive EMP. EMP goes off. The flanking storms. Like, again, shout out to Geralt with his high Templar positioning and with the storms. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Colossus going down one after the other. And Clem, he breaks through. GG gets called. Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem, he was left to his own devices almost the entire game. It shows, like, some of the downsides or even the differences between the builds of choice between, you know, what we've seen today so far, whether it was between Skillus or between Geralt. We spoke about it. This more defensive build out of Geralt did mean that he relinquished map control really early on. It meant that Clem could be greedy. He was able to get his 3rd base real fast, real quick, his 4th base as well. That led into that booming economy to be reflected in the army as well. So again, Clem, he was kind of his economy at least was untouched, unbound. Was unleashed back. And with that, Clem, he got out of control. And now we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into a bit of a larger map here, a much larger map, a map where you can cut corners, you can be greedy. This goes for both players. We'll see who is able to outgreed the other. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Geralt. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, in the series 1-0. It is Clem. Clem clearly is built different if he showers in storms. True. He's clean, Bab. He's clean. Let's go. He's not dirty like some of these other Terran players. No. That's the problem. They need to shower in storms more often, Bab. But again, welcome on all to Amygdala. For those that weren't here previously, Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, very defendable as well. The reasoning for this, of course, is just a plethora of rocks that we have in the center. It does reduce the amount of attack paths that you have available to you when it comes to being aggressive and even counterattacking as well. The 3rd and 4th bases are more defendable and harder to break. So very often we can end up in a longer game states. Now, previously we saw someone like Skillus gaining map control early on and just mass expanding behind this. We'll see if either one is able to accomplish such a feat. We shall see. That was also off of the back of Skillus being hyper greedy, if you recall, going for a faster 3rd base, skipping warp pins, and going for just faster tech in general. That was a lot that came into that game. For now, though, we're going to be settling in. Do have our economic over at Clem going for the gas first, racks expand, and the CC has been thrown down. It was delayed by a second or two, so a bit of a delay here. Nice moves there by Geralt. But still an economic opener here out of our Terran player. Likewise, Geralt going for his own Gate Cybercore into Nexus. Standard opener out of our Protoss. And I'm curious as to the build of choice. We could go Stargate. True, Stargate is going to be an option here on Amygdala. If we go Twilight Council, we could see less gateways and a faster 3rd. Hello, Bird. What do you have for us? What do you got? So he is saturating and probing up that natural, or soon to be. And there's a take of choice, Twilight Council. It's a Twilight Council opener out of Geralt going towards Blink. And we'll see how many gateways get thrown down. Again, on a large map like Amygdala, you can get away with less gateways. You can get away with like a 2-gate opener into a 3rd. Reaper dips in and is zoned away. Protoss need to shower in those thorns more often because they're dirty. Oh no. Not like this. Reaper commits, doesn't quite get a probe. Just being as annoying as possible. Likewise, Adept does shade across the map, not bad. Takes down an SCV. Attempts to shade into the main. Behind there's going to be a 1-1-1 follow-up here from Clem. Getting to reactor bioproduction. Reaper still being as annoying as possible. So is the Adept, but the Adept is going to be hunted down by the Hellion. And Clem holds. He holds back at home. Geralt's going for a Robo. Okay, going for the Robo before an expansion. Set up your second gateway. Interesting. So a bit of a safer start, but it looks like Geralt. Okay. So it's going to be 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Is still being economic. The Robo does allow him to go for like an earlier Immortal if need be. For the Observer. Probe goes down. And Geralt should expand. Okay, so far so good. So greedy build here by Geralt. He's being greedy. Clem back at home building up his tank counts, going for the Raven. Is setting up. And from here, we're going for the faster Bay once again. And again, that is a Bay before the Forge, also a Bay before Charge. So much earlier Colossal production here from Geralt. But again, this is going to delay the upgrades for earlier tech. But again, still staying on a low gateway count. Still staying on 2 gateways. As he just now throws down another 2. In general, I do like what Geralt's doing. Again, he's cutting corners. He's cutting corners. He's being greedy in his own way. Oh. Keeping up with the Raven harass. +1 is soon to begin. Clem back at home is still just building up. Just building up his forces, working towards stim, combat shields. Eventually he'll be able to break out and expand and take his 3rd base. The goal of the Observer, of course, is to get eyes on any kind of move out. There are the upgrades. Upgrades on the way. And Geralt, he can get away with just skipping warpins. We can just delay or skip warpins, getting a sentry, getting a zealot. You can focus on saturating and getting a 4th. Does what the Observer. He's trading well, picks up a couple of Marines. A lot of Marines, actually. Oh, but he will lose a Stalker. Suddenly a little bit less worth it. Does lose a Stalker. Marauders, they lead the charge. Clem does saturate his 3rd. So far here, keeping up. From here again, he can set up another expansion. Ooh, going for the gold. Okay, let's go. Knocking down those rocks. Geralt, he doesn't have control of the Zonaga, which is a little bit concerning because here comes the main army. And Geralt, he doesn't see. Oh, he's now checking. And he will spot Clem. Yeah, does spot him. Is aware. He has to respond. Takes down the rocks. He's rotating over. Center gold is going to be taken. Scan reveals no army. Clem, he's tempted. Nice scouts. Checks with the Marine.
Add-on.
Clem does pull away, scans, spots the 4th base. And it's going to be on Clem to deny the 4th, to deny the gold. The pressure is now on Clem. We'll see if he can. Geralt, he still does have that Zelnaga. Clem is still building up. Geralt working towards Storm. Temple Archives on the way. And right now it's on Geralt to defend. To survive. And to get that gold base up and running as he double expands. So again, being quite greedy. Clem, he has yet to push out. He's waiting for his upgrades. 4th CC on the way. Armory for 2-2. 2nd eBay as well. And Clem is going to be stuck at home. He's building up his Vikings. Building up his Viking count. Eventually getting to Ghost production as well. Meanwhile, Geralt, he breaks down those rocks. He's in position to defend the gold. And here comes the move out. He spots it. Clem, he knows he got spotted. He pulls back. Clem getting ready for a counterattack. Sorry, Geralt getting ready for a counterattack. Then he's races back home. And now both armies, they're posturing. Geralt, he does want that bio. Doesn't quite get it. Ghosts are building up. And once Clem has those ghosts, then he should be active. So then he's vying for map control. Gold base is saturated. So far, so good. Clem, he takes over the Zelnaga. Geralt has to be that much more careful. I'm still waiting for his reinforcements. Going for his own gold. Clem is going to be the first to max out. And we only have one... still only one robo for Geralt. I'm a little bit concerned here. Just the one robo that is slowing down his production. It's slowing him down. It also means that if he takes a bad fight, it's going to be difficult to rebuild. So he does need that second robo. Once again, opening up the center, checking the gold base. Clem, his army is split. And it's going for the 5th, or I guess the 6th base. Nervous go up. Up! Oh my god. Raising the army. Geralt trying to collapse in, picks up a couple of units. Oh! Catches a full medevac, not bad. He gets one, he gets 2. Whew. 2 full medevacs go down. Nice defense. At the same time, Clem threatens to move out. He had to commit. Still building up his forces. We still only have one robo for Geralt. It's still very uneasy. It's an uneasy feeling. Only having the one robo. It's going to be so heavily reliant on gateway reinforcements instead. Oh! Not bad. Gets a ghost. Takes down a ghost. Oh my god! Nice connection. Dust Storm as well. Meanwhile, Clem catching up some High Templar. That's 2 High Templar going down. Yeah, rotating over. Clem out of position. And he's zoned away by the Disruptors. Yeah, Nova goes off. Massive connection. 2 more ghosts go down. 3 ghosts go down. Yeah, Clem caught out of position. Forced to rotate. Takes Novus to the face. Delarome into the natural, into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and Clem is being pulled apart. SCVs are falling. He's trying to respond. Down to 1 ghost. 1 ghost left. Oh, Nova doesn't quite connect. Colossus are going down. Remember, there's only 1 robo. Gonna be difficult to rebuild. Down to 1 Colossus, 0 disruptors. He's making 1 disruptor at a time. Catches up the tank. Oh my god, the storms! They connect! Once again, the storms, they pop off. But Geralt's army, he's being whittled away at. It's getting smaller. Can we throw down like 2 more rovers, please? Can we? Ay. As Geralt is trying to rebuild, Clem is still maxed out. Just relying on Zealot reinforcements instead. And there it is. God. It took a while. Second robo's on the way. Let's go. He's getting there. Both armies are remaxing. Clem's army split. Yeah, Geralt, he commits to the dive. Macho goes off. And Geralt is not quite in position. And not quite. Has the one Colossus to force the recall. Geralt is not ready. Comes in with a surround though. Collapses on the drop. Clem regaining map control. Moving out towards that sick base. There are storms. Likewise, EMP. EMP connects. No storms left. Never mind. We had the NG overcharge. There was that one storm. Disruptor does overextend. Down to 1 disruptor. We gotta rebuild, Vappy. Gotta rebuild. We're maxed out. Never mind. What do we have? We have 24 Zealots and 22 Stalkers. Jesus. It's a very gateway heavy composition here for Geralt. Very gateway heavy. Oh, we got 2 Novas and a Dream. Actually, 2 Novas and Mass Swarm Toss. Armies that move out once again. Remember, recall's on cooldown. And he will collapse here towards the left-hand side, but here on the right, the space is exposed, and it should go down. EMPs pop up. Geralt, he's racing over. Again, there is no recall, and the base will fall. Good pick up here by Clem. Clem does take down the Sick, stimming forward, catches out some of these Zealots. Shows the storms. Disruptor goes down. Massive pickup. Ooh. Storm will not connect. Prism goes down as well. Some fumbled storms there from Geralt. We'll try to chase this down. Clem kites well against this. Zealots come in for a surround though. They try to come in from behind. And these trades aren't looking too bad for our Protoss. Geralt is moving in. A little bit premature. Never goes up. Has to pull back. Making 2 disruptors at a time. Warping in DTs. Let's go. Going for the DT run by. There is detection. There is that missile turret. Turret is ready. Planetary as well. Liberation has arrived. We're going for the planetary lane repair. Yeah, lane reaction from Clem. The base goes down. Massive pickup. The Nova! Oh my god, massive connection. Just the one Nova. That's all he had. Mazelse flood in. Flanking disruptor. Doesn't connect. But the Liberators are falling. And this might be a good enough trade, as reinforcing disruptors have arrived. No major connections. Zell's coming in as well. And Clem, he's out of Vikings, he's out of Ghosts. Yo, the DTs! They blink on forward! And Clem, his main army does crumble. We're going for the planetary. Can we bring it down? CC's on fire. Barely repaired. Oh, barely not repaired. Another Nova turns away. Clem, he's holding onto his base. He's holding. Holding onto the planetary. Geralt takes bottom right. Whew. And so far, Geralt not looking too bad at all here. Viking out was reset. We're making two Colossus at a time. The Colossus, they're coming. Colossus are on the way. Barely getting Vikings. Now is the time. Has to be careful there. Snipes the Viking down to 2. 2 Vikings left. So far, it's been all about positional play between our two players. Clem stims in, and he will catch both disruptors. Gets one, gets two. Takes another to the face. Storm comes in. He does punish. Does punish. Going for another massive Zealot run by. SCVs are going down. Clem otherwise distracted. Oh, Durelian. Durelian! Be careful. Geralt. Your Colossus, they're so precious. Hold on to them, Pappy. Hold on to them. He's moving in. Geralt, he can try to respond. These Colossus are not a part of the control group. And the base is going to fall. And hopefully Geralt, he adds them to the control group soon. Otherwise, they're just going to go down for free. Oh. Okay, there we go. Does harass a mineral line. There we go. 16 SCVs going down. 22 even. Nice damage here from Geralt. Still rallying into the center. Zealots are going to be thrown away, but that's still 29 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. No detection. Observers on the way. Look at the one hero ghost. Getting in 2-shot probes. Is going to be keeping Geralt busy. Ah, no. And Clem, he sees the main army. He's aware. He's aware of the main army. Rotating over. The detection has finally arrived. And the DTs, they try to go for Planetary. This time they will not get it. Planetary survives. That was a big investment here for Geralt. Clem pushing in. Geralt coming from behind. Trying to catch out Clem. As Clem, he takes down another expansion and the Robo as well. Takes down the Robo. Geralt, he didn't knock down those rocks. He's stuck on the other side. Oh my god. The storms, though. We can always have faith in the storms. Storms, they pop off. Clem, he is cornered. He's getting cornered here. Bleeds out those Liberators. Geralt collapsing on the army. And Clem, he has to stand and fight into 3 Colossus. Novas, they pop up. Oh my god, they shut down the Ghosts. Not the best Novas, but regardless. Oh, do we have enough? We do. Yeah, Zealots are coming from behind. He shuts down the main army. And Clem, he will lose everything here. Not without taking down 5 Disruptors. Jesus. Takes down most of the Disruptors. Geralt down to 1 Robo. Yeah, very messy fight for Geralt. Very messy. He lost so many Disruptors there. Vikings, they punish. They take down a Colossus. Geralt, he lost 2 bases. He lost center left and bottom right. So 2 bases did go down. Despite having the better probe counts, doesn't have the best economy. And Clem, he stims in. Shuts down the Colossus, the Disruptor. Trades well against the Zealots. Geralt, he has to get the hell out of here. He cannot fight this. Cannot fight this head on. Has to recall. Clem morphing in the play. Morphing in the Planetary next to the Nexus. Let's go. He's going for the Planetary rush. Send it, Pappy. I shouldn't finish though. Geralt, he responds. Clem, not quite in position. As the Planetary is going to be denied. And again, Geralt, he has purely a gateway army. He has no more Disruptors or Colossus, not yet. Nice cloak. Saves the Ghosts. You have no detection. Ghosts are saved. There's that one Nova, though. There's that one Disruptor. There it goes off. Oh my god. Whew. Doesn't connect. Top left did fall. And Geralt, again, he's down to 1 Robo. Once again, just the 1 Robo. Popping off. Geralt, he has a bank, but he can't spend his money. Remember, he can make 1 Robo unit at a time. So Geralt, he cannot spend his resources. Bottom right is going to go down. We need more production, Pat. Whether it's not the Robo, whether it's Stargate play. Just need to spend our money. Oh. This is still just a very intense game state. He's not runway coming in. Denies an expansion. Likewise, gold also. Nexus did fall. Bases are being denied. Nice snipe. Takes down the Liberator. Takes down the Libs. Takes down the Vikings. Still 3 Libs left. Meanwhile, he's also got 16 SCV kills. Clem down to 28 workers. Likewise, Geralt, sure, he has a higher probe count, but he's oversaturated. Like, he needs to mine from a fresh base. He needs top left. He does need another expansion. Storm zones. Clem once again getting cornered. He's stuck in the corner of the map, trying to break out. Forced out a storm. Oh! Almost snipes High Templar. Does catch one of those Marauders. Geralt's looking for a way in. Ah, there's too much freedom, though. The freedom is here. Geralt once again catching reinforcements, not bad. Takes down 2 Marauders. Oh, catching a Ghost as well. Massive storm. The storm pops up. Ghost goes down. Geralt just pulling Clem apart. Catching another Liberator. But can Geralt break this planetary? He's committing. He does move in. Liberators are laid to siege. And massive storms as well. Is it enough though? He just dims in. Takes down the Disruptor. Takes down the High Templars. Just Stalkers left. Geralt, he can't fight. He cannot fight this. He cannot fight that army. Not without splash damage. Or more Zealots. A little bit of a misrally. Catching more reinforcements. Once again. Yeah, just a really rough position for Clem. Just keeps rallying in. Leading out more Marauders. Geralt, he just abandons bottom right. Pulls away. Trying to force Clem out into the open. He's trying to bait him out. Oof. The Liberators had denied mining time. I mean, Geralt, sure, he just go for the main. True. He just goes straight for the main base instead. Yeah, he's noticed. He's noticed that Clem, he's being forced to fight into his opponent, into Novas. We've seen this before. Ooh, as Storm's on the high ground, Disruptors as well. And Clem, he has to push in, takes another massive Storm to the face. And again, Geralt, he doesn't have to fight this. Does not have to fight it. We'll lose the Disruptor. But he can just make his way towards the main. He can just outposition Clem. And GG gets called. Geralt, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, after an intense battle, an intense fighting towards bottom right, Geralt, he realized, hold up. I don't have to push into you. I can just catch reinforcements and head towards the main. I just force you to fight into me instead. Up a ramp, into a concave as well. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Geralt, he does fight back again. A very intense game state here. A lot of this did come down to positional play. We even saw it at this, or I should say towards the beginning of the game. It all did begin when Clem was towards the bottom right hand corner of the map, where he was forced to rotate towards the top side, where he had to once again walk into storms, walk into disruptors. Geralt able to take better fights, better engagements. His own production was lacking for quite some time though, whether it came down to the late second and third robo, or even the later production towards the end, where his production facilities were dealt with. So it took a while to really make use of his bank that he had accumulated, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. An intense back and forth, and with that we have a series. The question becomes, who will take a lead coming into game 3? As we are loading into ley lines. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. Tying up this... Not out. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, and also going across the map with that SCV, we have two SCVs even going for the proxy 2 racks. Let's go! We have the French Terran player for Team Liquid being forced into a tied series. Being cheeky, it is Clem. Is it Clem or is it Cure as we are setting up the proxy 2 racks as the second SCV has arrived, back at home going for the gas. And we'll see if Geralt is able to confirm this. He's able to scout. Oh boy. Here we go. As Geralt, he's setting up back at home. Checks the natural. Moves out across the map to scout to confirm that the Rax is missing. And I imagine this is going to be Proxy Marauder. Again, Kier and Clem, they do practice a lot together. They are teammates, but more than just teammates, they have been vocal about their practice regimens. Especially during the interviews during WTL. That Clem and Kier do share builds. And here comes the Proxy 2X Marauder. Again, we saw this build earlier today between Kier and Skillis. Now we're seeing it here between Clem and Geralt. Now, Geralt, he does scout. He does confirm that the Rax is missing. The Rax is missing. Rax is nowhere to be found. And it's going to be on Clem. Sorry, it's going to be on Geralt to find this, to figure out what's going on. Now, it is not uncommon to hide the Rax at the natural or at the third base. That's why he's checking the natural. He's reconfirming. Marauders are on the way. First Zealot does pop out, so Geralt playing the safe. Confirms no second gas. And the Marauders are coming. The Marauders are on the way. A little bit of supply block though. Uh-oh. That should not have happened. Supply block for Clem will delay the Marauders. Giving Geralt a little bit more time. And with that, going into Adept, into Stalker, no shield battery. We should be seeing a shield battery by now. We need that setup. There it is, shield battery now on the way. Is it going to finish up in time, though? I mean, again, Clem, he was delayed. True. His Depot was delayed. His Marauders were delayed. Despite that, he's moving in, and the shield battery is not ready. Geralt has to buy time. Does need to buy time. The pylon's exposed. Oh no, the pylon's exposed. Pylon taking a lot of hits. The bunker's on the way. Backup pylon gets thrown down. The boys are being pulled. And the bunker is going to be denied. Tanky bunker is denied. More Stalkers building up. Geralt going for the Immortal response as well. He needs more time for that Immortal. Meanwhile, Clem is up to 4, up to 5 Marauders. Oh, good. And despite the shield battery doesn't matter, he has enough. He will focus on the Stalker one after the other. There's nothing left here. Clemmy's done it. He has broken through. Yeah, that does tank a lot of shots. Does tank a lot, but despite that, it's not going to be enough. Yeah, GG. GG, well played. We did see a misclick towards the end, and Clem, he will take a 2-1 lead. GG. GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, Geralt, he wasn't quite ready for it. Took a little bit longer there for Geralt to recognize what was going on, to recognize what was happening. Was unfortunate the positioning of his pylon as well. Forced to reinvest into additional pylons, into additional setup. He just had the one gateway producing, and we saw that unfortunately he just wasn't able to hold on, wasn't able to defend, wasn't able to slow down the Marauders of Clem. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads us into game number 4. Clem is now 1 game away from claiming the series. Ooh, and we get to feature a map for the first time tonight. I mentioned before, and I'll mention it again. Here at OSC, we do have an extended map pool. At OSC events, I should say. For OSC events, there is an extended map pool. What maps do we add? The players did vote on Romanticide. They voted on Gressvan, and we have seen both of those maps already here tonight during the broadcast. But for the first time, we're seeing that third map. We are seeing herO. Let's go. Now, this was never a ladder map. This is a TLMC map. TLMC map, this is a rush map. Very small, short rush distance by ground. very claustrophobic. And here we go. We're loading into Game 4. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of herO. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from land of France, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1. One game away from claiming it all. It is Clem. Here we go. Here we go, as we are going to be settling in. Players are building up, and this time no proxy. This time no proxy, no aggression. We can see Geralt, he's checking just in case, making sure his natural base is safe and secure before moving out. And this time it's going to be double gas. Double gas opener out of Clem. This makes plenty of sense. Again, going for an economic opener can be quite risky here on herO. I should say welcome one and all to a TLMC 17 map. There is a ramp coming into the natural. There is a ramp coming into the third base. The reason for these ramps and the reason for this center choke point as well is to have some defensive features because of the size of the map. Again, the rush distance by ground is very short, shorter than even Whispers of Gold, shorter than any of the current maps in the map pool. So aggression is favored. I think maybe I think if both players take the third bases on location, sorry, on the same location, if they take the triangular third on El Dorado, I think that rush distance by ground might be shorter. I think it probably is shorter than on herO, but I think that's the only exception. As we do fully wall off and Geralt is in the dark, he doesn't know what's going on. For all Geralt knows, there could be a CC on the high ground further back, or there could be a factory. And we can see double gas into factory, but Geralt is unawares. Is unawares. Would it help if he had defended the main base instead of the natural? As was stated earlier, it was a rough position for Geralt just because he did open up a depth. That is true. Based on him scouting and recognizing what was going on. Oh my god, the force field! He's crazy! Oh no! No, he gets past! Oh god, that was almost amazing out of Geralt, but alas, the Reaper did slip past that second. Force field? Feels bad, man. That is brutal because that also eats into the that eats into the hallucination. That was 2 force fields. That means a delayed hallucination, delayed scout as well. It wasn't worth it, Bappy. No. I mean, here comes a hallucination now as we do get enough energy for it. Bit of a later scout. Reaper is gonna be zoned away. Doesn't get into the main. It is gonna be a Twilight Council opener. As Geralt will now confirm the 1-1-1 and the later CC. Geralt is now aware. Is now aware. Back at home, throwing down his extra gateways again. Blink Stalker opener. We'll see if he opens up 2 gate, 3 gate, or 4 gate Blink Stalker. We'll see how many gateways he throws down. As Clem is already moving out. He's going for the tank drop. I mean, it makes sense. If you recall, we mentioned earlier, herO is a rush map, really short rush distance by ground, so we're going for a push. We are committing, we're waiting for the tank, and here comes the tank drop. Clem rallying everything across the map. And we'll see if Geralt can survive this. Does have some force fields. The lock-on is brutal. Bit of hull damage on that Stalker. Geralt taking a defensive stance. Does hallucinate. But the tank has arrived. Ooh, 1 Stalker goes down to 3. 3 Stalkers left. Tank does siege within range of the wall. Got another massive tank shot to the face. Oh my god. Yeah, the tank shots are brutal. Robo's now done. Gateway is gonna fall. Geralt, he's in trouble. He's up against the wall. The pylons are exposed. Sentry goes down. No more force fields. And we just start to step in. Yeah, we can start to step forward. The second Cyclone has arrived as well. The pylon falls, depowers the rover, and without an immortal, there's no way of holding this. We need that immortal, and it's not coming. It's not popping out. The tank moves forward. Boys, they're gonna have to be pulled, and even with the boys, it's not gonna be easy to hold on, as we're just gonna kill the robo. Yeah, the robo's gonna go down. There is no immortal, and Clemmy's done it. He has done it. He's broken the natural. Second tank has arrived. Geralt is trying to hold on. He's trying, desperately so. And when it comes to dealing with these all-ins, when it comes to dealing with these aggressive builds, you need to try to slow it down ahead of time in the center of the map to buy time for yourself, to force earlier sieges, to delay the push. Otherwise, this gets out of hand real fast and real quick. It does blink in. He goes to the dive and he gets up. No, not even. Doesn't get the. He gets one tank, brings down one tank, just the one, and Clem has done it. Takes out 22 ASCVs, 22 probes. GG gets called, and Clem will claim the series 3-1, taking down Geralt and advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Clem making good use of the map itself. Again, herO is a rush map, very small map, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map, and unfortunately, Geralt, he wasn't able to scout it, he wasn't able to spot it, he wasn't able to slow it down. Ideally, that's how you want to approach this, is to have your stalkers active on the map, to slow down the push, chip away at the marines, chip away at the tanks, just buy precious seconds here for your own immortal production, for your own warpins, for reinforcements, for your defense. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem, he will claim the series, but a shout out to Geralt, because Geralt, he had a great performance here tonight. Game 3 and Game 4 were very short games, is what I will say. Like, we saw Geralt, he popped off in the late game, right? He popped off in a longer game on Amygdala, that was the highlight of the series, then bam, you know, Game 3, we just had a 2-axe Marauder all-in, like one base all-in out of Clem, and Game 2, we saw a tank drop as well, so just hyper-aggressive play. Game 3, Game 4, alas, did not really allow Geralt to get into a longer game, which is where he can thrive. He was denied that. He was denied that in the end. GG, well played though. Regardless, did have a good showing, and definitely shows us all that Geralt, he can take it to a player like Clem, given a longer game, given a 3-4 base economy, give him a larger map, like Amygdala, like Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, King's Cove, then that is where Geralt can thrive. But Clem, he stops that from happening, you know. Does stop that from happening. Shuts him down real quick. And with that, that is going to wrap us up. That is going to wrap up our initial broadcast for the morning. GG, well played. Let's catch up on the bracket, and let's catch up on what comes next in this tournament. Un momento. As we did have our series wrapping up. Hold on. Here we go. Oh man, oh god. Meanwhile, thank you so much to Blakeadoos Gab. I mean, thank you so much for the $20 for the donation. Thank you so much for the support in the chat. Thank you. As always, we do appreciate the support. We do appreciate it. As we are gonna catch up on the bracket itself. Hold on. I got you. Bam. Beautiful. Okay. Now, it's a very large bracket. It's a little bit daunting. So let's catch up together here. Let us catch up. Okay, so we just wrapped up with upper bracket round 4. As you can see here on the right hand side, we have you can see me on the spreadsheet. Bam. herO versus MaxPax. We just wrapped up with herO versus MaxPax and with Geralt versus Clem. These two matches just wrapped up. MaxPax, he barely pulled off the reverse sweep. He took down herO 3-2, and that means MaxPax up next is going to be up against Bjorn in the upper bracket semifinal. So we have MaxPax versus Bjorn. We have Clem. He took down Geralt. Now he's up against Dark in the next round. So we have Clem versus Dark. We have Bjorn versus MaxPax. We are going to be featuring these matches in a couple of days. So we just wrapped up our current broadcast, and we're going to be continuing this event and continuing the OSC Season 12 Championship in a couple of days. That is going to be the plan. Scrolling down towards the lower brackets, we already had our starting matches. If you recall, we had a Christiana, so we had Sola taking down Christiana. Sola advances on the face-off against herO. I mean, herO just went down. So herO, he got knocked down by MaxPax. We have herO versus Solar. And Geralt just got knocked down by Clem. We have Geralt versus Skillus. Against Skillus and Solar, they were waiting for their next opponents. They have them. They now have them. It's going to be Geralt versus Skillus, herO versus Solar. We have our top 6. We have our top 6 players here. It's going to be Skillus, Geralt, herO, and Solar, alongside our other 4 players. Sorry, we have a top 8, I should say. Sorry, I misspoke. We have a top 8. So we have 4 players in the lower bracket. We have 4 players in the upper bracket with Beyond, MaxPax, Clem, and Dark. So we have our top 8. And it is a double elimination bracket. And again, we'll be concluding this tournament throughout the week. I believe, hold on, let me just double check our calendar. So our next OSC broadcast is going to be on the 26th. It's going to be on Wednesday. So Wednesday is going to be our next OSC broadcast. And then we wrap everything up on Friday, on the 28th of February. So 2 more days, 2 days left here on the CranKy Ducklings for OSC Season 12 Championship. Going to be going over this on Wednesday and Friday to wrap up this tournament to crown our OSC Season 12 champion. Oh boy. So that is going to be the plan, the schedule for the CranKy Ducklings. Speaking of schedule, I got you covered because we are live every single day, multiple times a day here on the CranKy Ducklings. Hold on, let me make this a little bit cleaner. Bam, beautiful. We have our weekly schedule. Now, I did miss out on a cast Saturday morning. So we're here on Sunday. We just wrapped up with OSC. In a couple of hours time at 7 p.m. KST, we are going to be live with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup is going to be at 7 p.m. KST. That is going to be in 6 hours. In 6 hours time, we're going to be live with our next cast, with our next broadcast, with our next tournament. That is an open cup. Bear that in mind. And where we feature players like Björn, Skillus, players over here. Björn, Skillus, Zaun, Ryung, Creator, alongside many other Geralt as well, Christianer, Shameless. These are the players we usually feature here in Sparkling Tuna Cup, so do look forward to it. Trigger, true, Trigger, he also does sign up. So do check that out. Sometimes Shin. But as you can see, Saturday, we only had 1 cast. I did miss out. I was going to be covering Amantes. Amantes in StarCraft is a Brazilian tournament, but we have been quite busy here over the past couple of days. For those who are maybe unaware, Twitch did recently announce that they were getting rid of the VOD system, or heavily limiting the VOD system on Twitch. So because of that, for the past like 3 days, I have not been sleeping, and I've just been deleting a bunch of VODs and a bunch of content. It's been heartbreaking, pal. It's been heartbreaking. We had 7,000 hours worth of content on Twitch, and we knocked it down to 100, to actually 80. There's 80 hours now on Twitch. So it was pretty soul crushing, you know, being forced to kind of like delete your own videos and delete your own VODs. But you know, that's just how things are right now. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So I had to go through. And it was also like a nostalgia trip as well, you know, seeing like all these old casts from many years ago, from 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, from years gone by. And it was a lot of reminiscing going on. You know, I found our cast of like I Am Katowice 2020. For those who remember, I said this last time, but it was a really, I think, pivotal moment for us here on the CranKy Ducklings. It was our first time that we got like, I think we peaked at like 2,000 viewers or something when we were casting IEM. At the time, Ravi, aka Fear Dragon, he was the D stream of IEM Katowice, but something came up, something did come up, and he was unavailable to cast. So because he was unavailable, ESL reached out to us, and we were the D stream at the time for IEM, and we casted players like Parting, like Zest, like Zaun, Bunny as well, Björn. We casted all the big names back then during IEM Katowice, and that was like probably our biggest event at the time that we casted. That was back in 2020. Before that, we were the official casters for Copa America. That was WCS Latin America back in the day. That was back in 2019. So again, we've been casting for a long time, and I had to delete it all. Feels bad. I mean, it's all on YouTube, but deleting the VODs means you get rid of all the Twitch chat, right? Like the Twitch chat was all saved there, like alongside the VODs, so you can see everyone from back in the day. And yeah, it's just a little bit sad, but you know, that's what I spent the last 3 days doing. That's also why I couldn't cast Saturday morning, because I was just so fatigued after staying up so long and just removing so much content. So we're going to be catching up with Amantes next week instead. That's going to be a Brazilian tournament, so we got you covered there. And our schedule should be back on track. When it comes to what we bring you here on the CranKy Ducklings. Naniwa, I think Naniwa had already retired by 2020. He'd already retired. Sure. S12 VODs was what got me into esports. Stupid esports. All I do is watch VODs. I mean, yeah, again, all the VODs are still on YouTube at least, but you know, now all the Twitch chat has been removed, which is a little bit sad, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. With that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. When did Clem throw down his CC? It was a factory expand. So factory into CC. CC before Starport. But yeah, with that, we're wrapping up. And again, our next broadcast is going to be in 6 hours' time. When it comes to the rest of the week, we do have, what do we have? We have the Enki Pro Series tomorrow. We have Wardy TV Monday. We have Pigostar Monday, Lil League Cup. More OSC, of course, on Wednesday. We have Tenacious Turtle Tussle, the Podcast, Amantes, OSC. We have basically 2 casts a day every single day. We cast more than any other channel out there in StarCraft 2. So we got all the content, we got the quantity, and we got a little bit of the quality as well. So again, it's all there. As I was saying, if you want to tune into some of the VODs, you can check them out. You can check them out on YouTube. No longer on Twitch. Exclamation mark socials in the chat. You will get a link to our YouTube channel, our Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, we're going to be heading off for the time being. I do have to edit VODs. I do have to just clean some things up and get ready for the next cast. So do look forward to that. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. I might try to nap. It's going to be difficult. Again, it's in 6 hours, but I might try to get a little bit of sleep. We'll see. We'll see if we have some time. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting. You can also support us via Patreon as well. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. The Patreon does fund specifically our tournaments. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments on a monthly basis. If you're curious which tournaments, events like Sea Duckling Open that you can see there on Saturday, Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, and Master Swan Open, which is also a monthly tournament. Bam, you can see them on my right. You can see our 3 tournaments that are funded via Patreon. And our next goal is to boost the prize money and boost the prize pool for Sparkling Tuna Cup, which is our open tournament open to pro players. So you can support us via Patreon if you wish. You can support the StarCraft scene via Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, thank you. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow or whenever we see you. Again, because our schedule's so intense, I'm sure we'll catch you at some point during the week. So with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid, so do check them out. Do give them a chance. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.